Dobro jutro i dobrodošli na radionicu za operatore i pilote bespilotnih zrakoplova. Radionicu organizira Hrvatska agencija za civilno zrakoplovstvo. 9 sati je, vrijeme za početak. Predviđali smo da će nas situacija s virusom bitno osakatiti, ali ovakvo osakaćenje nismo očekivali. Zaista vas se malo pojavilo, hvala vam što ste došli u svakom slučaju, a hvala i onima koji nisu došli i poslušali su našu preporuku ako imaju bilo kakve simptome koji ukazuju na ovu popularnu bolest da ostanu kod kuće. To sam možda mogao i ja danas, to što i možete čuti, ali evo, ne mogu si priuštiti taj luksuz, ali ne kašljem, ne kišem i nemam temperaturu, tako da to ću valjda doći kasnije, da. Nadam se da je samo prehlada i da neću sutra biti dio statistike. Prvenstveno bih htio zahvaliti Fakultetu prometnih znanosti na omogućavanju ovog krasnog prostora, pa bih pozvao gospodina Marka Šoštarića, prodekana fakulteta, da nam se obrati sa par uvodnih riječi.
Evo, dobro jutro. Poštovane dame i gospodo, sudionici radionice na temu zakona u području operacija bespilotnih zrakoplova, čast mi je i zadovoljstvo pozdraviti vas danas ovdje u ime Uprave Fakulteta prometnih znanosti i u svoje osobno ime. Posebno mi je zadovoljstvo pozdraviti današnjeg glavnog govornika, gospodina Natalea Dirubu. It's my great pleasure to welcome today keynote speaker Mr. Natale Diruba. So, Mr. Diruba, welcome to Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences and have a pleasant stay in Zagreb and in Croatia. I will continue in Croatian language now. Izuzetno mi je drago da se ova radionica održava baš na Fakultetu prometnih znanosti, jer je to jedna od niza aktivnosti u okviru uspješne suradnje Hrvatske agencije za civilno zrakoplovstvo i našeg fakulteta. O agenciji sigurno već puno znate, pa mi dozvolite da vam ukratko predstavim Fakultet prometnih znanosti. Fakultet prometnih znanosti je sastavnica sveučilišta u Zagrebu, jednog od najvećih i najstarijih sveučilišta u ovom dijelu Europe. Naš fakultet nije toliko velik ni toliko star. Sveučilište je ove godine proslavilo 350. rođendan, mi smo proslavili naš 35. rođendan. Cijelo sveučilište ima oko 7000 studenata, dok smo mi ponosni na naših oko 1700. Među sličnim europskim fakultetima specifični smo po tome što u jednoj instituciji imamo sve oblike prometa. I zračni, i cestovni, i željeznički, i vodni, i poštanski, i telekomunikacijski. Osim što kroz nastavu na preddiplomskom, poslijediplomskom i specijalističkom poslijediplomskom studiju pokrivamo sve oblike prometa, školujemo i civilne i vojne pilote i kontrolore leta. Posebno smo specifični po tome, osim što se bavimo edukacijom studenata, što je, možemo reći, naša primarna djelatnost, radimo i na velikom broju znanstveno-istraživačkih i stručnih projekata, tako da svake godine imamo aktivnih 15-ak znanstvenih projekata i preko 50 stručnih projekata iz svih područja prometa. Jedan od značajnijih projekata koji je fakultet nedavno prijavio na Europski fond za financiranje, istraživanje, razvoja inovacija, a vezan je i za temu ove radionice, je projekt adaptivni modularni softverski upravljan radio za bespilotne letjelice. Projekt je prijavljen zajedno s partnerom industrije tvrtkom Quantum BIP. Nadamo se uspješnoj evaluaciji tog projekta i dobivanju sredstva za istraživanje i razvoj u tom području, a moram naglasiti da iz tog europskog programa fakultet ima već 4 završena projekta i 2 trenutno aktivna. Stoga, kako je ova radionica važna za Hrvatsku agenciju za civilno zrakoplovstvo i za sve vas, tako je ona važna i za naš fakultet. Stoga vam želim uspješan rad i puno stečenih novih znanja. Eto, ja sad imam daljnje aktivnosti u nastavi, pa ću vas pozdraviti i evo, zaželiti vam ugodan rad. Hvala.
Ok, hvala lijepo gospodinu Šoštariću. Pa najbolje da mi krenemo s našim radom. Prije nego napravim kratak uvod baš na temu današnje radionice. Prvo ćemo malo samo hvalisanja. Naime, po prvi puta Hrvatska agencija za civilno zrakoplovstvo prilikom održavanja radionica, ovakvih koje često održavamo za zrakoplovnu zajednicu, koristi nekoliko naprednih tehnologija. Vi ste sigurno sve već bili na skupovima na kojima se takve tehnologije koriste i ja sam bio, ali ovo je prva Hrvatska agencija za civilno zrakoplovstvo na kojoj se one koriste, pa sam ja, a i moje kolege jako ponosni i sretni što je tome tako. Pa prvo što danas koristimo je direktan streamline ove radionice na mrežnim poslužiteljima, na YouTube kanalu agencije i na Facebook kanalu agencije, tako da svi oni koji nisu mogli danas doći imaju priliku nas gledati u direktnom prenosu. Evo, ovom prilikom ih pozdravljamo, bok. Drugo što danas koristimo je aplikacija, specijalizirana aplikacija za ovakve skupove. Svi ste prije nekoliko dana dobili elektroničku poštu sa uputama kako da tu aplikaciju skinete. Nadam se da je svi imate na svojim telefonima. Da, važno kimajte glavom kao da, naravno. Ta aplikacija prvenstveno vam pruža nekoliko interesantnih informacija. Evo, ja ću si otvoriti da nešto ne zaboravim. Pa kada na početnom prikazu imate Select your event, izlistaju vam se 4 događaja, vi odaberete ovaj prvi HCZ UAS radionica i od tu nadalje je sve na hrvatskom. Trudili smo se prevesti aplikaciju na hrvatski, nismo mogli sve prevesti na hrvatski jer postoje neke stvari koje se ne mogu provoditi na hrvatski, nešto što je kao u rutu aplikacije, ja vam te stvari ne razumijem, ali uglavnom sve što god je moglo biti prevedeno je prevedeno. Pa tu imate nekoliko ikonica, možete vidjeti raspored kojeg ćemo se maksimalno probati držati danas. Nije on uklesan u kamenu, prilagodit ćemo se naravno našim interesima i odvijanju radionice. Druga ikonica je govornik. Ako kliknete na tu ikonicu vidjet ćete kratak životopis našeg današnjeg govornika, gospodina Natale Di Ruba. Ovo treće pitanje i odgovor, ja to ću preskočiti, to mi se čini najvažnije pa ću to na kraju. Imate ikonicu dokumenti, tu smo probali uploadati za vas nekoliko dokumenata koje smatramo da su vam važni. Prvenstveno europske uredbe, prihvatljive načine udovoljavanja tim uredbama i 3 naša uratka gdje smo probali u nekakvim sumiranim dokumentima iz ovih uredaba izvaditi zahtjeve i prikazati ih na možda malo pitkiji i razumljiviji način za vas korisnike. Sad ja smo to uspjeli ili ne, to ćete vi procijeniti. Lokacija, dobro, očito to vam više ne treba. Kontaktirajte HCZ, isto evo tu smo svi pa nema potrebe da nam više šaljete e-mailove, ako neko nešto želi pitati tu smo. U galeriji će se, nadam se, naći neke fotografije sa radionice, aplikacija ostaje aktivna mjesec dana pa i nakon radionice možete konzultirati ono sve što ima tu. Anketa je ona anketa klasična koja se na kraju ovakvih skupova provodi, a to je anketa vašeg zadovoljstva ovom radionicom. I sad ono kako je ono klasično se veli, vaše mišljenje nam je važno, možeš misliti, ali šalim se, stvarno nam je važno, naročito zato što, kao što sam rekao, prvi puta koristimo ove neke tehnologije s kojima se do sada nismo bavili i stvarno bi nam bilo jako važno da nam kažete što vi mislite o tome. I vrijeme, naravno, tu malo praktičnih informacija o vremenu. I sad da se vratim na ovo pitanja i odgovori. Kada kliknete na pitanja i odgovori, mi smo inicijalno, pa možda je dobro da to kažem, imali prijavljenih 230 ljudi na ovu radionicu. I kao što ste i sami vidjeli, morali smo promijeniti prostor iz prostora koji je bio u agenciji, koji je prilično limitiran s brojem ljudi, promijenili smo na ovaj prostor i tu smo oslobodili, ajde recimo 200 mjesta, ni to nije bilo dovoljno jer je prijavljeni bilo 230. I u takvom okruženju bi nam bilo apsolutno nepraktično trčkarati mikrofonom od jednog do drugog čovjeka da nam postavljaju pitanja, razgovaramo se i tako dalje. Tako da smo se odlučili da se pitanja postavljaju isključivo putem ove aplikacije. Dakle, neće biti mikrofona koji će ići kroz publiku, nego kogod poželi postaviti pitanje, klikom na ovu ikonu mu se otvaraju kratke upute, pa kaže da kliknite na oblačić u sredini gornjeg bara, iako gore ja ne vidim ništa što mi sliči na oblačić, ali sam skužio da je to ova srednja ikonica koja izgleda kao neki paket na stolici. Kliknete na to i otvori vam se prozorčić u kojem vam piše Ask a question. Tu unutra napišite svoje pitanje. Trebali bi vidjeti i listu već postavljenih pitanja isto ovdje, pa ukoliko ste poželjeli pitati pitanje koje je već netko postavio, samo ga u tom prikazu lajkajte. Ne znam koja je hrvatska riječ za lajkati. Sviđnuti. Uglavnom kliknite na onu ikonicu palca gore pored tog pitanja i to pitanje će onda biti označeno kao neko za koje je najviše ljudi zainteresirano i probat ćemo odgovoriti prvenstveno na ta pitanja. Probat ćemo odgovoriti na sva pitanja, ali ne garantiram da ćemo uspjeti. Dobro. I to je sve što se tiče te aplikacije. Snimka radionice će ostaće raspoloživa za naknadni pregled na ovim poslužiteljima na kojima se i emitira, pretpostavljam. Malo ćemo te snimke urediti da budu malo praktičnije za pregledavanje i moći ćete vi, a i ostali koji nisu prisustvovali, to pregledati. Sad bih predstavio ljude koji su ovdje. Prvo, gospodin Natale Di Rubo, zaposlenik EASE, Europske agencije za sigurnost zračnog prometa. Mislim da nismo mogli dobiti bolju osobu da nam ispriča o novom propisu, jer je gospodin jedan od autora novog propisa, tako da mislim da imamo pravu osobu koja nam može odgovoriti na sva pitanja. Kolegica Dorotea Mikšić, inspektorica u odjelu letačkih operacija Hrvatske agencije za civilno zrakoplovstvo, s kojom ste većina vas već sigurno i komunicirali, a ako niste, bit će prilike. Kolega Zvonimir Šestan, on nije inspektor, on je još premlad, ti si još premlad, ti ćeš biti inspektor kad budeš star kao ja. On nam pomaže u svemu što se do sada događalo u vezi bespilotnih zrakoplova. Do nedavno u 100% svog vremena, evo nedavno smo ga dali u jedan drugi odjel, pa se s nama druži, ajde recimo 20% vremena, i tih 20% smo odlučili da iskoristimo danas. I moje ime je Damir Bezik, ja sam inspektor u odjelu letačkih operacija Hrvatske agencije za civilno zrakoplovstvo. Svi mi ovdje se bavimo i masom drugih stvari, ali šefovi su nam dodijelili da se bavimo i bespilotnim zrakoplovima i eto zato smo mi u to uključeni. Pa možda sad najbolje da napravim jedan mali uvod baš na temu radi koje smo se danas sreli. Da, imate ovdje bežični internet, podatke ko želi se logirati. Danas u Republici Hrvatskoj, kao i u svim ostalim zemljama Europske unije, operacije bespilotnim zrakoplovima su uređene nacionalnim propisima. U Hrvatskoj takav propis postoji od 2015. godine, od mjeseca travnja. On vrijedi do danas i vrijedit će do 1.7. ove godine. 1. srpnja ove godine u primjenu stupa europska uredba koja uređuje operacije dronovima. I ta će uredba biti jedna jedinstvena na području Europske unije i vrijedit će na cijelom području Europske unije. Dakle, nema više, nacionalni propisi 1.7. više nisu primjenjivi. Ova radionicu smo osmislili za operatore i pilote, pa zato govorim da se primjenjuje od 1.7. jer postoji i još jedna uredba koja doduše uređuje proizvodnju dronova, stavljanje na tržište dronova i obveze operatora dronova iz trećih zemalja, ali kažem, to je više ovaj dio koji se ne tiče toliko operacija, pa onda danas ne bi previše o tome. Mislim da ima čak i u prezentaciji par slajdova, ali vrlo, vrlo ograničeno. Ta uredba je na snazi već od 1.7. prošle godine. Tako da svi vi koji se možda pored operacija namjeravate baviti i proizvodnjom i distribucijom dronova, već postoji europski propis koji vam određuje nekakav zakonski okvir za te aktivnosti. Taj novi propis Europske unije nije ništa poput ovog našeg nacionalnog. Naš nacionalni propis ima 8 ili 9 stranica, više se ne sjećam, i mi smo smatrali da je vrlo, vrlo jednostavan i vrlo lako primjenjiv. Međutim, EASA-in propis, ako ga gledate u njegovoj ukupnosti, ima 5-6 dokumenata i preko 100 stranica. Tako da nije jednostavno, stvarno nije jednostavno. Ali evo, ova naša radionica, kao i ostale radionice koje ćemo organizirati, su naš pokušaj nadležnog tijela da vam taj propis maksimalno približi. Mislimo da imamo pravog čovjeka da nam odgovori na pitanja i nadajmo se da ćemo uspjeti uspješno implementirati taj propis mi kao nadležno tijelo, a i vi kao operatori sustava bespilotnih zrakoplova. To što je on kompliciran možda nije tako loše, jer danas kad čujete kako taj propis izgleda, što sve zahtijeva i kakve su posljedice i utjecaj tog propisa na vas, možda kažete, joj, dobra naša agencija, kako su oni bili dobri i jednostavni i sve su nam lijepo jednostavno napravili. Od 1.7. smo u rukama EASA-e i jednostavno dužni smo primjenjivati propis koji vrijedi u Europskoj uniji i mislim da se tu više nema kaj govoriti. Tako da, evo, ja bih sada krenuo sa prezentacijom gospodina Diruba. A kako ste vidjeli u rasporedu, prezentacija je zamišljena da gospodin ispriča jedan dio priče i onda je predviđeno blok vrijeme za pitanja i odgovore. Tijekom njegovog izlaganja slobodno pišite vaša pitanja, ona će se nama izlistavati u aplikaciji i mi ćemo s njima uređivati. Ako vam je nezgodno na engleskom jeziku pisati, izražavati se, nije nikakav problem, slobodno napišite pitanje na hrvatskom ili razgovarajte na hrvatskom ako dođe do toga. Mi ćemo se truditi prevesti gospodinu sve i nadajmo se da nećemo imati s tim problema. Eto, Mr. Dirubo, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A big thank to the Civil Aviation Authority to organize this very nice event. We are very proud that in the next months we will be the first region in the world to have a full comprehensive regulation for drones. You are aware that the regulation was adopted in July of 2019, and I will show in my presentation that starting from 1st of July of this year, the regulation will become applicable. And this was a very important effort that was led by EASA and by the European Commission, but with the big support of all the aviation agency, and also a big thank to the Croatian Aviation Agency that participated in the development and gave a big contribution. And we were able to develop a regulation that is quite flexible. So you will see in my presentation that we allow to have some not very complex operations, also professional, for which you don't need even to have an authorization in order to start your operation. And in other cases, if the operation is a bit more complex, a little bit more risky, we provide a tool that allow the operator to shape your operation. So you will be the one that identify how is the best way to conduct the operation that better fits your need, to propose some mitigation, ask to your NAA to verify that your proposal is safe enough, and then your NAA will give you the authorization. So what I encourage you now to make use as much as possible of this very powerful tool, and also of the competency of your aviation authority, to start to think what is the best way for you to conduct operation that fits your business requirements, and start to propose to your NAA methodology, or kind of operations, and then we can also build up on the experience that you have to not only improve the regulation, but also to have additional layer of simplification of the regulations. So I will show you now, during my presentation, all elements of the different categories. And you will see that my presentation is quite detailed, so I hope that I will be able to answer to most of your concern and of your doubts. But then we will have, at the end of the presentation, at the end of each section, time for questions. So, and I will be able to, I will try to answer to all questions that you have. So, before starting, I just want to give information on EASA. I don't know how many of you are aware of what is EASA. EASA is the European Union Aviation Safety Agency and was established in 2002 in Cologne. The objective of the agency is to make sure that all flights in Europe are safe. So this means that we assess all projects of aircrafts that are designed in Europe. We assess all aircraft that are produced in Europe, and we coordinate with all the states, with the Civil Aviation Authority, the operations that are conducted in Europe to make sure that they reach the minimum level of safety. We propose regulations in all aviation fields to the European Commission, and then the European Commission, through their process, they approve the regulations. So in the EASA, we have more or less around 800 people, mostly engineers or people that are dealing with aviation operations, that work with a very passionate way into the aviation world. And since 17 years, the EASA was able to grow up and now to become one of the leaders in the world as setting standards for aviation safety. And since you will see that since last year, EASA and Europe become competent also on the drones regulation. So this is why we started to develop the regulation at European level. So in my presentation, I will maybe it's not working. Okay. So in my presentation, I will start with definition and introduction. Then we will focus on the open category. the specific category. Then I will give you some information on the use space, and at the end, just to give you some highlight what is the plan for the future for what we call the certified category. And at the end of each session, there will be a space for questions from you. So let's start from definitions. In the regulations, you never will hear the term drones. So drones is a terminology that is more used for the public to identify in a safe, in a quick and simple way what are aircraft that are unmanned. What in the regulation we always talk about UAS, unmanned aircraft systems. So this means all kind of aircraft that are operated without a pilot on board. Now, under definition of UAS, we can have both aircraft where the pilot is remotely controlling it, or where there is no pilot, for which the system is fully autonomous. And it's something that we still don't have yet, but it's something that the regulation already start to accept. So, and you will see that we don't prevent to have this kind of aircraft, maybe in the next future. Then, model aircraft, they are also unmanned aircraft system. So they are aircraft piloted remotely. So there is no difference between the normal drones, or what we are used to consider, and the model aircraft. So I will have some specific slide to tell you how model aircraft are accommodated into the regulation. Since we don't want to prevent the activity of model aircraft like they are being conducted in the last decades in Europe, and we saw that they were conducted in a safely manner, we decided to have some simplification for them, and I will show you. But in general, model aircraft are also drones. US operator. US operator is an important figure. The US operator is the manager of, we can be a company that employs a number of pilots. Maybe the US operator is not the pilot. It's like, if we want to have a parallel in the manned aviation, it's like the Croatia Airlines, so the CEO is not a pilot, and he has some pilots that are working for him. In some simple cases, the operator may also be the pilot. So if I buy my drone, and I want to do either for leisure or from a very small professional operation, I can be the operator and the pilots. But in general, there are two different figures, the operators and the pilots, and they have two different kind of responsibilities. Then the remote pilot is instead the person that physically is managing the remote pilot station and controlling directly the aircraft. And there are some specific requirements and competence that are mandated to the remote pilot. And lastly is the concept of the involved person. It's important to understand these figures, this concept that we introduce in the regulation. The difference between manned aviation and unmanned aviation is that so far we organize the safety around the fact that I have a pilot on board, normally on a normal aircraft, and if I protect the life of the pilot on board, make sure that the aircraft does not crash, then I'm also protecting the people that are in the area where the aircraft is operating. Now, you know that with drones we have a different concept because we don't have anyone, so even if the aircraft crashes in an area where there is nowhere, yeah, maybe a problem from a business point of view. So you want to make sure that you don't lose your aircraft. But from a safety point of view, we can accept that the price of the aircraft is lower because we don't ask for a certification of the aircraft because maybe it's operated in an area where even if it's crashed, it's still safe. So we introduced the concept of involved persons. who are involved persons? Involved persons are persons that accept to be part of the operation, and they accept to be overflown during an operation, and they are made aware by the operator of all the emergency procedures. So they know that they need to always check, see where is the aircraft, and be ready that in case there is an accident, in case the pilot lose control of the drone, they will be able to go in a safe place in order to make sure that they are not hit. So we allow that all the presentation that I will show you, we allow that some kind of operation, even if the level of verification of the safety of the drone is very low, we allow to do this operation in an area where people that is involved are present. So we differentiate between people that is involved and people that is uninvolved. So if I want to fly with my son in an area with my small drone, and I make sure that my son is aware of all these safety precautions, I can do it without any kind additional safety elements. If instead I want to fly in a park where there are other people that has not been involved, that they did not accept to be part of the operation, then I cannot overfly them unless the drone is very small, as you will see later. So the uninvolved people are people that needs to be protected, so for which I don't need to put them in dangers. Involved people are people instead that accepted to be part of the operation, and they know what to do in case of an accident. Okay? So, legal basis. So why we started this activity? There is a regulation that is called, what is called the Ccaa Basic Regulation, is the number 1139/2018, and this regulation defines the competency between Europe and the member states in the aviation world. So define what are the elements that are where the nations are in charge, and what are the elements for which Europe are in charge. Until 2018, so before this regulation, drones below 150 kilograms were under the competence of the member states. So the Europe and the Ccaa has only competence for the large drone. With this regulation, instead, the competency of Europe has been extended to all kinds of drones. So this means that now we can regulate all drones independently of what is their weight. So this is why we developed this regulation. And also, the member state, the basic regulation said that EASA carry out on behalf of the member states all function and task of the state of design. So this means that all the certification, so the verification of technical requirements of drones, needs to be performed by EASA. Or you will see in the presentation, in some cases where the risk is very small, we allow another way. It is the C marking, for which I will give you some additional information. This regulation says that the competency of Europe is only for civil aircraft, so civil drones. It's not for what we call the state aircraft, so police, firefighter, search and rescue, the military. So they are excluded. However, each member state can decide that also this operation can be put under the European regulation. So they can follow the European regulation, but this is a explicit request that needs to come from each state. So how did we develop this regulation? We decided to have a different approach compared to the manned, because as I told you before, we start from the fact that not all crash may be something that is catastrophic. So we decided to have a regulation that is performance-based, risk-based, and everything is around what is the operation. So according to how you want to operate, then this will drive the risk of the operation. So we identify three main categories, what we call open, specific, and certified. So open category are the less risky operation. So normally with a drone not very big, up to 25 kilos, where we identify some very strict operational limitation. And if you follow this operational limitation, you don't need to ask for any kind of approval to the competent authority. So you can buy your drone, register yourself, you will see in the next slides, and then start operating without asking any kind of permission. You will see that there are some zones where there will be some limitation, but now I will give you then some information later. But so the important is that also some professional activities can be done in this category. We don't differentiate between professional and leisure, because if I'm in a park and I'm doing something with my son and a drone is overflying my head, personally, I don't care if the drone is a professional operation or is a leisure operation. I want to be safe at the same way. So this is why we don't differentiate. All operator needs to issue the same kind of safety to protect the people that are overflown. Then, if instead you want to do an operation that is a little bit more complicated compared to what is in the open category, then we classify the operation specific category. And in this case, you need to conduct a risk assessment, you need to ask for an authorization to the member state, you need to propose the mitigation measures, and then the NAA will approve your authorization. And you will see that we have some simplification here. When instead the level of risk is very high, so it's something that is comparable to what we have today with manned aviation. So we will see that we are talking about future activity with passengers on board, so no pilot, but passengers, or some other very risky operation. Then we classify this operation certified. Certified means that now you need to follow more or less rules that are very similar to the manned aviation. You need to have the certification of the drone, so the type certificate according to the Part 21. You may be aware this Part 21 is the regulation that we have for the certification of normal aircraft. You need to have the approval of the operator and the license of the pilot. Now here you may have some autonomous operation, so little by little the competence of the pilot will always be reduced, and we will reach a level in which no pilot will be required. So the aircraft will be fully autonomous. So the regulation that we published is 2019-945 and 947. I will tell you later why we have two regulations. They are covering only the open and specific, category. So because these are what we mostly have today in Europe. For the certified category, that is a little bit more complex, we are working on it, and we plan to have an MPA later this year, or maybe most probably mid of next year. So my presentation, at least this part in the morning, will cover only the open and specific. I will give you some very quick information on what is the plan for the certified, and this will be this afternoon. So you see that we had two regulations. Why two pieces of regulation, not one? The basic regulation that I showed you before, that identify the difference of competency between Europe and the member states, identify also the process that need to be used in order to approve a regulation. And they identify two different processes. One they call delegated acts process, and the second one implementing act process. The first one gives more power to the Parliament, to the European Parliament, that can put a veto. The second process gives more power to the member state that needs to instead to vote on the regulation. So it's just a technicality on how to approve the regulation. From a technical point of view, there is no difference. So we were forced to split the regulation in two pieces in order to comply with this technicality on which kind of involvement we need to give to the European Parliament or to the member states. And so, for your point of view, there is really no big importance of identifying why we use one process or the other process. So in the follow part of my presentation, I will not mention if what I'm talking about is in one regulation or in the other one. So at the end, it's exactly the same. So, but when you are going to, if you want to read all the provision, you need to make aware that all the requirements that are related to the design, the technical requirements on drones, so all the function that needs to be ensured by the manufacturer, and also all the elements for allowed three-country operation are in the regulation 945/2019 that we call Delegated Act. This regulation already was adopted in 1st of July and became already applicable from 1st of July. This means that a manufacturer may already put on the market today, or starting 1 year, almost 6 months ago, already can put on the market drones that are complying with the new regulation. The second piece is what we call Implementing Act, is Regulation 947/2019, and here you will find all the operational requirements and the requirements for registration. So if you want to know how you can conduct an operation in the open category, here you will find the operational restriction. The pilot competency is in the Implementing Act. If you want to know what are the functions that needs to be on board of the drones to be operating in the open category, you need to check in the Delegated Act. Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate, but at the end, I think we found a way to make it work quite good. So the Implementing Act was also adopted in July and entered into force in July, but we gave 1 year time to all member states and the operator to get prepared for the new regulation. And starting from 1st of July of this year, the regulation will be applicable. And you will see in my slide that we have some transitional measures, so the full applicability will be in 2022. And in order to support the implementation of the regulation, we published also what we call Acceptable Means of Compliance, AMC, or guidance material. This is they are typical documents that EASA publish for all the regulations that are in support to the operator, in support to the NAA, to understand how they can apply the regulation, provide some methodology. So if they follow what is written in this AMC, this can be one possible way to comply with the provision in the regulations. And then the guidance material, all explanation, definitions, so everything that helps you to better understand what has been written in a, you know that the regulation is very legal, so we have sometime a language that needs to be interpreted because it's needs to be very essential. But then this document is more helpful for you to better understand what is the meaning behind all provisions. So I encourage you to read this document. And I think that this presentation will be made available, and there are links on this page where you can open the different documents, and they are all published on the EASA website. So the most important thing is that starting from 1st of July 2020, the national regulation will cease to be applicable. So this regulation does not need to be approved by the national parliament. They are directly applicable. So all national regulation will be superseded by this regulation. So what I will tell you now will be fully applicable from 1st of July 2020. The first element is the registration of the US operator. And I want to highlight UIS operator, not registration of the drone. So the regulation mandates only the registration of an operator. If I buy, for the first time, a drone, I register myself. I will show you how. The second time I buy a second drone, I don't need to do anything. I need to introduce some elements in the drone, I will show you, but I don't need to be registered after I buy the second drone or the third and so on. The registration will be done to your member state, so to your Croatian Civil Aviation Authority, and we expect that will be on a website, so something that will be quite easy. And I know that the Croatian Aviation Authority already have a system in place, so at the end it will be not a big difference to compare to what will be mandated from the 1st of July. And once you are registered in one member state, this registration will valid all over the other member states in Europe. And in general, whatever I tell you now, whenever you have a competency from the pilot recognized in Croatia, whenever you have an authorization that it is provided here in Croatia, whenever you have a certificate recognized here in Croatia, you can use the certificate all over Europe without the need to be recognized by the other member states. So, when you need to register yourself? In the open category, whenever you operate a drone with a maximum takeoff mass more than 250 grams. So, these requirements is more for, actually for the security. So, whenever you have a drone that can have a payload quite significant, so more than 50 grams, so you need to register yourself. But even if the drone is lighter than 150 grams, but is equipped with a sensor able to capture personal data, I mean a camera, microphone, whatever, then you need also to register yourself. And this is more for privacy. Then the third condition is drones that are very fast. So technically, in the regulation says drones that has a speed such that in case of impact of a drone with a person, they will transfer a high energy. We have a limit of 80 joules. So in this case, the drones will really hurt people. So just to give you an idea, for a drone of 250 grams, we are talking about a speed of more than 130 kilometers per hour. So you can understand that the vast majority of drones require the registration of the operator in the open category. In the specific category, all operators need to register, independent of what kind of drones they are operating. Now, there are some cases in which the drone needs to be registered. When? Only when the drone itself required to have a certificate of airworthiness. So we mean that the risk of the operation is so high for which such that the only way to conduct the operation is that you need to go to EASA, ask for a certificate, and then you have a certificate of airworthiness. And so in that case, you need to register your aircraft. And you will register using the same approach you have today for manned aircraft. So for sure, this is not applicable for the open category. You will see in my presentation that maybe in some cases applicable in the specific category, but only when the risk of the operation in the specific category is very high. So when you register yourself, this information will be stored in the national database of your NAA. And as I told you, this registration will be recognized all over Europe. This means that if I'm flying with my drone registered in Croatia and I'm flying in France, and the police want to check if I'm legal or not, they need to be able to access to the database and identify who I am. So we are building a system that will enable the interoperability and real-time share of information between databases. So the police friends needs to access to the friends database, upload the information on my registration, and then retrieve from the database all the information on who I am, if I'm legal, if I'm registered, and if I'm legal or not. So this will be done connecting the French database, in this case, through the European database. And this will cover all US operators and all drones that are certified. So how physically will work? how the police will be able to identify who I am. When you register yourself, you will receive a drone registration number. That will be a string that you will are required to upload into your drones. When drone compliance with the regulation will be put on the market, they will have a function that is called electronic identification. This function will broadcast information through Wi-Fi, through Bluetooth, so to a standard that we are now developing through SD-STAN. And so the first thing you need to do is you buy your drone, you register yourself, unless you are already registered because you already bought other drones. So you upload this number on your drone. So when you buy the second drone, you already had the number that you received from the registration the first time, and you upload the same number to the second drone, to the third drone, and so on. Because at the end, we are interested to identify who is the person responsible when there is some illegal act performed by that drone. So we don't care if it's drone Dirubo number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. It's important that we know who is the person. So the same number may be uploaded to 2 different drones. So the drone identification that will be on board of each drone will broadcast which kind of information. This operator registration number that I just mentioned, but also a unique serial number that the manufacturer will assign to all drones. So this means that we are still be able then to identify single drones. Now, it's not very much needed in the open category, but tomorrow in the future in the specific category, and when the use space, or when we need to have a traffic management system on drone, this information of a single drone will be important. Then the remote pilot position, or if it's not available, at least the takeoff position of the drone. So trying to give the possibility to the police to locate where is the pilot, the current position of the drone, height, timestamp, direction, and speed of the drone. And this information should be detected using a normal smartphone, because it's not only for the police, but also for normal citizens. If I see a drone that is spying me in front of the window, I need to be able to detect this number, go to the police and tell them, drone number XYZ was here and was at this moment was not supposed to be here. So I don't know who is the owner of the drone, I just have the operator number. Then the police will be able to access the database and identify if it was legal or not to be there, and then in case can take action. So the important that this application should be accessible to all persons. And then this registration number needs to be also added physically on the drone. I need to make sure that with a sticker this number is there, so if there is a crash in a place, I can still identify who was the owner of the drone. The member state has the possibility to identify area that needs to be protected for whatever reason. Not only for safety, but also for security, for privacy. For example, they can reduce or the number of drones over a prison, or that they can completely close areas because they want to protect maybe the parliament, they want to protect a regional park. So for whatever reason, they can identify area where drones are forbidden, or where drones, they need to have a special authorization to enter there. And then they will identify you the procedures in order to have the authorization. For example, talking about the area where there is a prison, maybe almost all flight over a prison will be forbidden, but as a prison authority, I may use maybe a drone to clean the windows of my prison. So I may have a contract with a drone company and give them the authorization to enter this area just to perform this work. So there will be written who is the person that is, or the entity that may give this authorization. And the member state needs to publish on their website maps identifying all this area where operation can be conducted, where operation are forbidden, how to receive the authorization in some areas. And hopefully there will be also apps, like now we have almost in all countries, that give this information. And on the drone, another technical requirements will be the geo-awareness system. So there will be a system that will allow the operator to upload the maps that is provided by the member state. And when the drone is approaching an area that is forbidden, then the drone will remind the remote pilot that is entering this area. And then it will be the responsibility of the remote pilot to be aware and then stop the operation. Or maybe if he has an authorization, then he can continue. But at this stage, we want to make sure that the pilot is fully aware that it is completely responsible of the operation. In addition to the area where operations are restricted, in the green box there, you can see area we call aeromodel zones, where the operation of drones can be extended. So what do we mean? We know that today there are especially area for aeromodel where aircraft can fly without authorization up to 1,000 meters with very heavy drones without any kind of competency. So, we want to give the flexibility to the member state to identify this kind of area where all the requirements in the open category are reduced. And so this area will be published also for manned aviation, and they will be considered a sort of dangerous area for manned aviation. But everybody will be aware that operation there can be safely conducted with a much wider spectrum compared to the open category. This will be very useful, especially for model aircraft. But actually, everybody having a drone can go there and fly in that way. Okay, so these are the general principles that are around the regulation. Now I will go more in detail on what are the requirements on the open category. So in principle, you will see in my presentation that we want to be as performance-based possible, removing very strict threshold in terms of weight in general. So we try to shape the open category in a way that will allow some kind of operation to the operator, both for leisure and for professional, but still making sure that the operation is safe. And we try to use the three elements that we had. So the technical requirements, the operational limitation, and the pilot competency to use in such a way that they are balanced. So we shape the open category in general as a category where the operations are always in visual line of sight. So this means that the operator is always to, in this case the pilot, sorry, it's always to make sure that he sees the drone and is responsible to avoid that the drone collide with another object in the sky or also another or building or over person. So is his responsibility, and he always needs to see the aircraft and be able to intervene. So this means that we never allow autonomous operation in the open category. What do they mean, autonomous operation? Autonomous operation are operations for which the aircraft will do completely the operation by itself, and there is no way that the pilot can intervene during flight. And it's different from automatic operation. Automatic operation are operations that are pre-programmed by the pilot. So the pilot will define the path that the aircraft will do during flight, but at any time, the pilot will still have the remote control and can interrupt the flight and take control if there is an emergency or some strange behavior of the aircraft. So this kind of automatic operation are allowed in the open category. So the pilot is always be able to intervene. And then the height, always below 120 meters. Why this level? Because normal manned aircraft operation, in order to fly below 150 meters, they need to have a special authorization. So typically, the number of operations from manned aircraft below 150 meters are very limited. Now, we still can have some search and rescue operation, military operation, but in general, the vast majority are above 150. So we had the 30 meters of buffer, and so 120 meters is the limit for the open category. And in general, all weight of drones is below 250 kilograms. Here, even if we try to remove all kind of hard threshold, we kept this threshold only because it's an historical threshold since many years. Has been used in all the world, and also to be consistent with the other aviation authority in the world, the United States and also other. So we kept this one also for simplicity. The minimum age needs to be 16, but member state can decide to reduce up to 12, and then in that case, this reduction will only be valid in that member state. If the drone is classified toy means that in the box is written that it is complying with the toy directive, so it's very clearly defined, then there is no minimum age. Never carry dangerous goods in the open category, and never dropping material. Now, based on the size of the aircraft, we identified 3 subcategories, and we called A1, A2, and A3. And I have a specific slide to define these A1, A2, and A3. So how you can know when you buy a drone where you can fly, and how the technical requirements has been enforced. As I anticipated you before, the European regulation allow to verify technical requirements not only through EASA, to a type certificate, but also the CE marking. CE marking is the same process that we have on all consumer products like cell phone, computer, whatever is put on the market today in Europe. There are some market regulation that identify what are the requirements that enable this product to be safe put on the market. And when the manufacturer demonstrates that this product is compliant with it, they put this CE mark. So we decided to develop new kind of CE marking, and there will be this kind of symbol from C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, and for each symbol there are associated in the Delegated Act a number of technical requirements. So if a manufacturer wants to put on the market a drone marked C1, they need to go on the regulation, identify what are the requirements, they need to show that they are compliant with these requirements, and then they can put on the market this drone. When I go on the shop, I buy this drone, then I know that this is a C0, and I know what I can do, what I cannot do. And then I will show you what are these requirements. So the 3 categories are: the A1 is for very small drone, up to 900 grams, you will see, for which the risk they pose to people in case of crash is very limited, because the energy that is related to this kind of drone is very low. So we allow to fly these drones over people in general. You can not only use the drones with the CE marking, but also drones that are privately built. We know that a lot of drones today are used just built by myself. So here we limit these drones up to 150 grams. Then if you want to do operation with heavier drones, then you go in the category A2, where you can fly close to people, not directly over people. Then instead, if you want to use the very large drone, then you are in the category A3. This means outside of town, in an area where there is no uninvolved people. And here also you can use privately built drones up to 25 kilos. So let's see it a bit more in detail. So when I buy one drone, I will have in the box one of these documents. Is the consumer information. I think that now we are completely changing the structure, so also the format will be different from this one. We are now finalizing it. But you will have important information on this document. So first of all, we identify what kind of class of drones you just bought, what are the requirements that you need to follow, first registration, what kind of training you need to follow, and then do and don'ts, what you can do and what you cannot do with this kind of drone. And then there will be the link to the EASA website and to the National Authority website, where you can have all training, where you can register yourself, other promotional material. So we want to make sure that the operator simply identify what they can do, what they cannot do. So as soon as you see that kind of mark, C1, C2, C3, C4, then he knows what are his limitations. And let's see what are the limitations. So first of all, open category, subcategory A1. So if I buy a drone class C0, or if I'm using a privately built drone up to 25 grams, I can do operation in the urban environment. Yeah, I can fly here in the park. I can fly over people. Yeah, we're talking about a drone in case of crash, it will not injure very much. Now, in the guidance material, we ask to try to reduce as much as possible overfly over people, but in general, we can do, here we are talking about mostly toys. And so especially all toys will be below 250 grams will be classified as C0, and it will be difficult to say to my son, as well as son, don't fly over people. The important is that you never fly over assembly of people. What is assembly of people? When there is a crowd, a group of people such that we are so packed, so close to each other, that if I see a drone that is coming over my head, I cannot move, because then there are people that are blocking me. So we are talking about concert, stadium, big event. Then you never want to have a drone flying there unless there is an authorization, unless you are in the specific category. Okay. So the only limitation actually that you have with this kind of drone is no fly over people, over assembly of people. And this up to drones 250 grams. If you have a drone classified as C1, and C1 are all drones up to 900 grams. Actually, the real requirement is drones that has an energy, in case of impact, that transfer energy up to 80 joules. So this is the way we want to move from a clear threshold to performance base. So the first requirement is that you need to show that your drones in case of crash, will transfer an energy less than 80 joules. Now, since this can be complicated especially for the small manufacturer, we say as an alternative, all drones below 900 grams may follow in the C1. But in general, here you can have also a drone of 1.5 kilos, I don't know, whatever the manufacturer may be able to build, adding some kind of frangibility, some kind of protection, something that will protect people in case of crash. So in this case, you can still operate it over in urban environment, but you need to avoid as much as possible to fly over people. So you need to focus your operation. You can be in a park, but in an area where there is no one. So no uninvolved people. So I don't care if there are people involved, so people that knows very well what they need to do in case of a crash. But in general, if I'm in a park and I see that there is people there, here is no one, I need to do the operation in this part of the park. Then if someone will cross my area, it's not a problem, because still the danger of the drones in case of crash is very limited. Now, if instead I want to do some operation for which a drone of 900 grams is not suitable enough, then, for example, I am a photographer. I want to do some Wendig photography in the urban environment. I can use a drone C2. And in this case, C2 is drone up to 4 kilo, where there are some technical requirements that will reduce the level of injury in case of impact of a drone with a person. So in this case, I can fly in the town, but I can never overfly directly people. I need always to stay at a safe distance from people. Safe distance that is in general 30 meters, but if the drone has a specific function on the drone that is defined in the technical requirements that reduce the speed of the drone up to 3 meters per second, so this means that I'm capable to control it quite nicely. So I'm able to slowly approach people, but then stop at 5 meters. Then I can be up to 5 meters from people. So it is, I think, is a good tool to allow some good professional operation, because up 4 kilos is quite a good size of a drone, and still I can do in the urban environment. So not over people and not over assembly of people. So also in this case, never over stadium or something like that. When instead I want to do an operation with a drone heavier, in this case up to 25 kilos, then I need to do the operation outside of the town, so not in urban environment. I need to be in an area that is at least 150 meters from a residential, industrial, commercial area. And I need to make sure that in the range where I'm flying, in all range, there is no uninvolved people. And so if there is someone that is arriving, I need to then stop my operation. So this is, as you can see, the higher risk from sides of the aircraft, but then we compensate with very strict operational limitations. So at the end, all crashes should be safe. So here I can use drones classified C3 and C4. You will see C4 in the next slide. So the difference between the two is C3 is our normal drones that we almost know, already know. C4 is a specific marking for model aircrafts. And I will tell you later about the C4. So in both cases are drones up to 25 kilos, and also I can use in this category privately built drones up to 25 kilos. What is the training? So since we were able to enforce some technical requirements through the C marking, technical requirements that will simplify the operation of the drone, will make sure that I have some nice function like return home. That return home is mandatory for C1, C2, C3, or some other functionality that manage the risk of the lost link. And for C1 and C0, we have some specific requirements to reduce the injury level in case of impact with person. So this allowed us to reduce also the level of competency required for the remote pilot. So we know that in some nations today, there are mandatory, some very strict training also for the small operations. Here instead, for all operation in C0, so below 250 grams, we decided that you don't need to conduct any kind of training. You just need to be familiarized with manufacturing instructions. So read what is the operator instruction, the manufacturing instruction that is on the box, nothing else. If instead you have a drone C1, C3, or C4, then in addition to the manufacturing instruction, you need to complete an online training and then pass also the online test. So the online training will be provided by your NAA. And so there is no requirements to go in a kind of classroom. You just sit there. And this online training will go through all the elements of the regulation, all the risk, to make sure that you are aware of your responsibility. And then at the end, we levy very much on the fact that the pilot will be responsible of what he's doing. So the important that he knows what are the responsibilities. At the end of the test, they will receive a proof of pilot training like is here in the slide. And so this will have a number. This number will be linked to the database that will be in the member state. So this way, when you are flying in a park and the police want to check if you are legal or not, so you can show this proof. Now, that does not need to be a paper proof. So we are trying to enforce some digital activity. So this will be maybe in a sort of something that you can retrieve from the database and show to him, or maybe once you give your number or your name, the police will be directly able to access the database and retrieve it. So the important is that this proof will be available, and then the police will be able to understand if you are competent to do this operation or not. For the CTU instead, CTU is what we consider the most risky operation, because you are flying with a large drone in town. So in addition to the online training that I showed you before, we ask also something more. So in the online training, there will be a section that will be dedicated on how the remote pilot can identify an area where you want to have your first flight. So independent of what are your category, will be safe if you familiarize with your drone by yourself. So you conduct a sort of self-practical test. So you identify this area that is safe, you start to do operation, and when you feel confident, then you can do the full operation with drones. So especially in the CTU, then it's mandatory that you conduct this self-practical training. So we don't ask you that you go to a school. You can do it by yourself. Also because today the drones, they have a lot of automatic feature and stabilization that really helps the pilot to reduce their involvement. So we don't think that a full training is needed. Then after you do this practical training, you need to go into an entity recognized by your competent authority. First of all, you declare that you conducted this practical training. And then you need to pass an additional training test, not training, but only an additional test in this entity. So this will be a face-to-face test. Okay? And then at the end, you will receive another document. This is the remote pilot certificate of competency, and this will show that you are able to do operation in A2. Now, what are the difference between a registration number versus the remote pilot training proof of completion? Registration number is a number associated with the operator. So it's like in a car is the car plate. So I may be the owner of the car, and then my wife can drive my car. So my wife, so the car plate is only linked to me. It's not linked to my wife. So there will be just one operator. So normally it's also the owner. Okay, and he will have this registration number. Then all people that wants to operate a drone needs to have a training, and then they will have this remote pilot training proof of competency. So it's like the driving license today. So you don't need to have a driving license. You don't need to have a car in order to have a driving license. So everybody may have a driving license, and few people may have drones. Okay? This training will be valid for 5 years, and so after 5 years, you need to redemonstrate that you still have the same competency. So this may be done up to defining, attending maybe a seminary or reconducting the same test. So the member state will organize through their entity that are recognized this refresher seminary where the remote pilot may attend it, and then this will allow to have the license or the competency renewed for additional 5 years. So what happens if you're flying in a hilly environment or over obstacles? So I told you that we have a technical requirements, operational requirements that says that you need to always to stay 120 meters from ground. And also the drones itself will have a functions that will stop physically the drone when it reach 120 meters. So we'll not be able to overcome this 120 meter limit. But what happens if I'm flying in a hilly environment like this? So we want to make sure that these operations also in this area are allowed. So this 120 meter actually needs to follow the orography of the terrain. So as you can see, you can fly within 120 meter according to the gray band in this slide. So this means that in some cases, you can be also higher than 120 meter. The importance is that you will always take the aircraft in visual line of sight, and you keep 120 meter from the closest point of the Earth. Also because we know that the normally manned aircraft keep a distance of 150 meters from the higher obstacle that is in the area. So it's still safe if you are just following this kind of approach. What will happen if there is an obstacle higher than 120 meters, like in this case, a windmill? So the owner of the obstacle may ask someone to do some operational activity, maybe an inspection over this object. So do we need to have a special authorization to do this one? If the flight is limited up to 50 meters over the obstacle and is based only upon request from the owner of the obstacle, you are still allowed to do this operation in the open category without asking for any authorization. But important is that there will be a request by the owner. You don't need to go there just for fun to see the top of the roof of a very high building. If it's higher than 120 meters, then in this case it's forbidden. But if you can then prove that there was a contract or a specific request to do some job and that is requested by the owner, then you can do it. Because at the end, also here, we try to be pragmatic. Nobody will fly up to 15 meters of this kind of obstacle. So manned aircraft will stay much higher than this one. Model aircraft. So this is something that normally everybody is very much interested. We had a lot of collaboration with the European Model Aircraft Associations in order to develop something that could make sure that the operational model aircraft are conducted in the same way they are conducted today. So we don't want now to change completely their approach. So we ask our question initially. So what is the difference between a model and a drone? From an aircraft point of view, I don't see any difference. The difference is the people that are operating it. So if I'm operating a model, normally I'm a person that is passionate with aviation. I want to enjoy the flight. I want to do some kind of maneuver. So I don't like that the drone has any kind of stabilization, any kind of support, because I want to really be in charge of the aircraft. If instead I'm a drone operator, I don't care very much about the conducting of the flight. I'm more interested in the payload. There is a camera. I want to see what is the outcome of the camera. Maybe I like if the drone will be stable there with all kind of stabilization computer system that will stop it, and I can enjoy my video. So is in the way the two systems are operated. So if I'm using a model aircraft, normally I'm a person that I'm trained. I'm part of a model club association where there is a safety environment, where there is a community, and all of us try to help each other on how to better improve the performance, the safety. So in reality, the difference is in the safety environment that is made. It is around the model club association, and so we decide that the member state can give special authorization to model club association, deviating for all the requirements in the regulation, as long as the model aircraft association show that they have procedures such that the operation are safe. So they can fly up to 1,000 feet with drones or models that are more than 25 kilos. As long as they demonstrate to the competent authority that they are safe, they can give this authorization. The only thing that they cannot levy is the registration. So everybody needs to be registered. But the NAA can recognize the registration system of the model club. We know that normally you are always registered within the club. So if the club make sure that they collect the same information that are needed for the NAA, they can then transfer this information to the NAA. So if I'm registered in the model club, then this information is directly flowing within the NAA, and then I don't need to double register. But this is a very powerful tool. So that will allow all operations that are today in model club like they are today. Now, what happens if I don't want to be part of a club? Okay, so this is why we identify these aeromodel zones that I told you before, where I can do operation in a different way. So I can still enjoy my flight in this area with reduced requirements compared to the open category. And lastly, what happens if I don't have an area that is where I can do operation for aeromodel? Then option 3, you can operate in the subcategory 3. So we all know that I will never fly a model aircraft into a town. I'll always fly in an area where it's safe, so outside the town. So it's compatible with the A3 subcategory. But in the C3 list of requirements, we have some features that will impose the height limitation, or will impose the possibility of the aircraft maybe to return home in case of lost link. So we are imposing some kind of automatic feature that normally are not compatible with the model, because then we are really destroying the nature of model aircraft. And so we decided we have a new class C4 for drones, where we don't have any technical requirements that are mandated except ones. The only requirement is that the aircraft does not need to have any automatic feature, unless some basic stabilization that are needed for some rotorcraft. But if you have some automatic feature on the model, this means that then you can have also the other one, the height limitation, and the other one that is the C3. So the only requirement is this one. You don't need to have any kind of automatic feature, and we just make sure that all the information provided by the manufacturer are there. So we impose more the structure of the manufacturer manual. So how this needs to be defined with all the information to be there, to make sure that the pilot knows how to operate safely the model. So this is also the third way, and but here you need to follow the A3 category, so not higher than 120 meter and up to 25 kilos. Let's now have a look to the responsibility of the US operator. So the operator is the person in charge of the operation itself. So he needs to develop operational procedures that are adapted to the type of operation and risk involved. This means that if I am one single person company, I am both the operator and the pilot, we say adapted to the type of operation. So we specify in our IMC that we don't require you to have written operational procedures, because I know what I need to do. If instead you employ more than one pilot, then you need to make sure that, since you are responsible as an operator, that your pilot knows what to do. So you can then discharge your responsibility to the remote pilots, giving them instruction what to do. So this is why in this case you need to develop operational procedures. Ensure that the efficient use of radio spectrum. We know that there are some specific regulations on radio spectrum, and everything that emits needs to comply with them. And it's always important to identify in each operation who is the remote pilot, who is the person responsible, because then in case of accident, we need to identify all the kind of responsibility. So if you have more than one pilot, you need to know that from time A to B, pilot number X is the responsible person. And then make sure that all remote pilots and all other personnel that are in support of the operation have the required competency and information. So the pilots did the training that I just showed you, know how to conduct the operation, are familiar with the user manual, and so on. Then make sure that before all operation, all information regarding the zones, maps where you can fly, where you cannot fly, are updated in the geo-awareness system. And when they buy a drone with a C marking, they are responsible to verify that the drone has the declaration of conformity of that C marking. It's especially important when you buy a drone on internet that is coming from some strange part of the world. Also, in this case, you need to buy only drones that are with this kind of C marking. So then it will be your responsibility to make sure that this declaration is there. But it's the same when also when we buy a telephone or something else, nothing new. And then ensure that all involved persons present in the area of operation have been informed of the risk and have explicitly agreed to participate. So this is the operator responsibility to make sure that is not overflying over uninvolved people unless it's in the CECBA category A1. The remote pilot, what kind of responsibility he has? So first of all, it needs to have the appropriate competency, so do the training that I showed before, and carry out a proof of competency in case is required by police for inspection. Before flight is the responsibility of the pilot to check what are the information related to the geographical zones, because even if the system will inform the remote pilot through the geo-awareness, but still the responsibility of the remote pilot to understand it will be just a second layer of information, the geo-awareness. But the first is his responsibility to know where he can fly, where he cannot fly. And make sure that the aircraft is in condition for safely complete the operation, so check the operation manual, that the battery is charged, all the elements are properly working, and not perform duties under the influence of psychoactive substances or alcohol. Okay, this is, I think, something very basic. And keep always the aircraft in visual line of sight. So this is one of the main elements. So we are reducing some technical requirements because we make sure that the pilot is always responsible to check if something is coming and always give precedence to another aircraft. You need to remind that manned aircraft are fast, big, drones are small, so it's very unlikely that a manned pilot will be able to see the drone when it's very far away. You only will be able to see when it's very close, when it's too late. So it's the responsibility of the remote pilot that he can see the big aircraft, most of the time also very noisy, that is arriving in an area where more or less is flying. And so much before the aircraft is approaching, you need to take some action, maybe land, go away, give always the precedence to this kind of aircraft. We know that we can enjoy with drones the first-person view operation. So we have Googles, and it's very nice to fly as a Superman. Now we know we allow this kind of operation, but if I'm flying with Googles, I have a very small field of view. So I don't see if when I'm turning right there is an aircraft, and then I'm crashing into the aircraft. So first-person view is not visual line of sight. It's completely different. So we allow to do this operation in first-person view, but we need to have someone else that scans the sky. So we will have the UAS observer. So these are people that needs to be close to me, that scan the sky and will inform the remote pilot there is an obstacle, so to immediately take action. So this person needs to be close to me. We are in the open category. We don't want to have a system of radio or communication. I say right, but it's my right, it's not your right. So then it will be a confusion. So open category means that there are very simple operations. So the pilot needs the observer needs to be alongside and need to inform immediately the remote pilot, stop, turn right, turn left. So it should be very simple messages. So this observer is to be alongside with the remote pilot. And then we know that in cases there are some kind of accident or emergency situation, the police may close the area and may want to make sure that no one is flying over there. So we have a specific requirement that you need to avoid to overfly this kind of areas. Unless the police may ask you to borrow your drone or go maybe through your drone, go there and check something, and then in this case you can do it. But in general, always avoid, also because we expect that in some cases we can have some emergency rescue that is coming there, and then you can put down just them. Okay, now let's see the timeline. Now the timeline, you can see that is a little bit complex because this regulation consider different aspects, and so we don't want to have everything to mandate that everything is in place at the same time. So we decided to have something that is then split in time. So 1st of July of last year, they entered into force, and 1st of July of this year will be applicable. So this means that until 1st of July of this year, national regulation will be still applicable, then they will be completely cancelled. So the European regulation from 1st of July will become applicable. So what do you need to do from the 1st of July? First of all, by then, all your operator shall register themselves according to the regulation. So now the NAA will identify if you need to have any delta information or if the registration that you already have today is in place. But by that date, we need to follow the regulation and we need to receive the number that is provided according to what I showed you before. And also, if you are a certified drone, then needs to be registered the drone itself. For the first 2 years, since we know that even if today manufacturers already may put on the market drones complying with the CE marking, with the requirements of the regulation, it will take some time. Also because we are developing now with ASD the standard in supporting of the CE marking, so it will take some time. So we know that these drones with the CE marking will be available maybe around 2022, not before. So for the first 2 years, we identified a limited open category. Now I will show you what does it mean. So you still can find the open category, but with a little bit different requirements. After 2022, when we expected only drones that have a CE marking are put on the market such that they are operating in the open category. So if you want to then if you buy drones for the open category, you need to have a CA marking. You can still buy drones without a CE marking, and then you need to use in the specific category. And then we'll see later what does it mean. But from 1st July 2022, all manufacturers, when they have a target to have their drone to be operating in the open category, need to have a CE marking. So let's see what is this limited open category. It's very much similar to what I explained to you before, but with different thresholds. So we need to remind that we don't have CE marking. We have the current drones that we have today. And also, we may not have the full competency training that I showed you before. So in these first 2 years, we may have something different. So if you have today a drone up to 500 grams, you may operate in subcategory A1 in the way I showed you for the C1. So this means that not directly over people, so you can be in urban environment, but you need to conduct most of your operation in an area where there is no one. So if there's people there, here is no one, I fly here. Okay, so this one you can do up with drones up to 500 grams, as they are today available, or you already have in your pocket. You can fly in category A2, so with a drone, in this case, up to 2 kilos, not 4, but 2 kilos, keeping a distance of 50 meters, at least 50 meters from people. Okay, so also in this case, in the urban environment, but you need to make sure that you never, in this case, never overfly over uninvolved people, and you keep this 50-meter distance. And then instead, if you have the larger drone, you can fly. A3 is already safe enough because you are still flying in an area where there is no one, so there will be no change compared to A3. The competency that is required will be defined by the member state. So if there will be already something that is equivalent to what I showed you before, perfect. So you can already start using this online training. Otherwise, they will continue to use the training that you have today in place in your member state, and they will identify which of these or the current training is feasible with A1 or A3, so the equivalent of the online, and which one instead is equivalent to the A2, so this additional face-to-face test. Okay, so this will be up to them. Okay, so I told you that by 2022, all drones to be able to open category are put on the market with the CE marking. So what will happen if I have a drone without a CE marking? So I am on the 1st of July 2022, I just bought a legacy drone, I need to throw it away? No. We allow that all drones that are without CE marking and they are purchased before the date of 1st July 2022 may be operated forever. We don't have any kind of deadline, but they need to be operated in the category A1 or A3. If they are below 250 grams, they can be operated in A1. If they are above 250 grams and below 25 kilos, they can be operated in A3. So it's sort of as we consider in the privately built. Privately built we still can use in A1 or A3. So more or less, we compare the legacy to the privately built for this phase. Even if from a study we saw that the normal life of a drone is around between 6 months and 1 year. So more or less, quickly they will be replaced by more newer drones, also because the technology is evolving so fast, and you always want to have a newest drone with new features. Model clubs, they can continue to operate with whatever is the authorization or the approach that today there are in the state until 2022. So this regulation is not applicable to them until 2022. But from the 1st of July, they need to have received the authorization I told you before for the club and the association. So if they received the authorization, then they can fly according to it. If not, then they can only fly in the option 2 and option 3, as I showed you before. So the summary of the open category. So the regulation 947, so the regulation on the operation and registration, so will apply from mid-2020 and will be fully applicable by mid-2022. So the important, remember, the main elements is the registration of the operator and of certified drones, but it will be your responsibility to make sure that you are registered by that date. And in general, in this category, the approach is buy your drone, register yourself, unless you are already registered because you already bought a drone before, do the training, okay, also in this case, unless you already had the training because you had bought a drone before, and then fly without any kind of other request for authorization, as long as you respect the limits that are in the published by the member state into the geographical zones. Okay, so this is the overview of the open category. Now, before discussing specific category, if you have any questions.
Okay, yes, Natalia, we have some questions. We have quite a few of them. Jel možemo staviti pitanja sad na screen, možda da vidimo svi? I možemo li ih sortirati prema lajkovima? Mislim, ovdje u ovoj aplikaciji možemo DI, koju ja imam, ne znam, imate vi isto.
Okay. This one, could you further explain the autonomous flying in open category? That's, for example, follow me or active track. Yeah. Okay, so the follow me mode, yeah, we have a specific requirements for follow me mode. They are allowed for subcategory in subcategory A1, so only for the smaller drones. And we have a technical requirements for the drones C0 and C1 that say that the manufacturer may include a follow me mode provision on the drone, but need to make sure that the pilot then is able to take control of the aircraft in case of what kind of emergency is. So when I talk about autonomous flight, means flight where I don't even have a remote pilot station, where the concept of the operation is such that there is a sort of artificial intelligence on the drone, and I just tell him go to A to B, and then he decided the best way to go to A to B. And the pilot cannot intervene. He can only start or stop the operation. So it's something that is not compatible with what is the normal activity today. So it's something that will be more in the future, and we know that there are several companies that actually are working on it. So it's not very much in the future. All other operations are automatic. So automatic means that there are some sort of predeterministic approach where the pilot loads the path of the aircraft, and the aircraft is always following this path. But there is always a remote pilot station such that the pilot can in any case overrun this kind of operation and take immediately control of it.
Okay, now we have questions sorted by likes, and the first one is: should already registered OAS operator register again after 1st of July 2020? This is kind of a specific for Croatia, I would say, and the answer to this question is yes, because current registration system does not collect all the required data by the new regulation. So you will be requested to register again. Ako možda niste razumjeli, dakle trebat ćemo se svi ponovo registrirati, jer sadašnji sustav ne prikuplja sve podatke koje uredba obvezuje da se prikupljaju pri registraciji. Da, i treba će svakom operatoru dodijeliti ovaj broj koji sadašnji sustav ne dodjeljuje. Sad dobro, ovo drugo pitanje je praktički isto. And now, Natale, can you have a look on this one?
Yeah, we know that DJI is the main manufacturer in the world. I think they have more than 60% of the market share. We are aware, as a matter of fact, we are working with DJI. We are working with all main manufacturers, not only Chinese, also the European and the American manufacturer. And I need to say that DJI were very much helpful to develop this regulation. We are working with them to develop the standards that for the open category that I showed you before. So if they want to put drones in the European market, they need to comply with our regulation and need to put a CE marking, and they will do. So actually, they are very keen to push us to have this standard available as soon as possible in order to have their drone compliant with our regulation. At this moment, they are quite advanced. We know most of us, we have DJI drones. We know that they are quite advanced to implement some functions, even if they are not mandatory. And some of their drones, they already have not only the geo-awareness, they have even the geofencing. Means geofencing that there is an interaction between the maps and the fire control system, such that the aircraft is not able to enter these zones. The geofencing is something that we will mandate in the next years, especially when we'll have the use space. At this moment, we thought that it was premature to mandate for all geofencing, especially when we think about the fixed-wing drones, until we don't have a detect and avoid, something that will make sure that in case the fixed-wing drones is approaching an area that is forbidden, and maybe it turn right, if there is an obstacle on the right, then it will collide. So even if DJI is already advanced and already put on place this kind of geofencing system, at this moment also they identified maps based on the best knowledge that they have from member states. But I can assure that we are working with them, and they are willing, no, they are very keen, not willing, very active, to redesign the system and make sure that you will be able to upload maps that are defined by your national authority. So the only one that will be able to identify if you can fly an area or not is not DJI, but is the NAA, and then DJI and all the other manufacturers will enforce what is defined by your NAA.
Okay, thank you, Natale. Now we have one question which is quite local one, so I will switch to Croatian.
Yep.
Imamo ovo pitanje o AMC portalu. As per open category rules, does that mean that AMC portal in Croatia will be obsolete? Odgovor je ne, zato što pretpostavljam da je pitanje postavila osoba koja je možda bila zbunjena onime što je Natale rekao, da u otvorenoj kategoriji neće trebati nikakvih odobrenja ishoditi. Natale je govorio o odobrenjima koja su predviđena europskom uredbom. Na razini Hrvatske postoje nekakva još lokalna odobrenja koja sa ovom uredbom neće nestati, to vam je jasno. Jer? Dakle, konkretno AMC portal vam daje odobrenja da letite u kontroliranom zračnom prostoru ili izvan kontroliranog zračnog prostora na visinama većim od 120 metara. Što će ostati sada. To je naš lokalni zahtjev i mislim skroz logičan. Jel? A između ostalog čak i europska uredba kaže da se prilikom operacije u otvorenoj kategoriji moraju poštovati lokalni postupci koordinacije upotrebe zračnog prostora. Tako da AMC portal ostaje i dalje ga koristimo kao takvog. Bojim se da i DGU isto tako ostaje. Da. Ok, idemo dalje. Meni je sljedeće pitanje na screenu. Ovo jesmo. How to upload registration number of operator on older drones from 2019?
Okay. Yep. Yeah, very good question, because we have the opportunity to do also another concept. So when you register yourself, you receive this number. So first of all, you need to put this number with a sticker on your drones, and this we can do on all drones. Then I told you to need to upload this information into registration, into the drone identification system. We have in the technical requirements not only this function to be embedded in all drones from C1 to C3. We don't have for C4. We don't mandate these requirements for model, but we have a separate appendix to the regulation to define the requirements from an add-on, so a module that you can buy in the shop that will provide the electronic identification. This we have some project in Europe that is called €5, 5 grams. I don't know if it will be so cheap and so light, but the concept is something that should be very cheap and very light, such that you can buy it and put on your drone. So this can be put on your model or on your legacy drone. And we don't think that it's always mandatory. So the member state will identify areas where you cannot fly if you don't have the electronic identification. But maybe if you are flying in the countryside where there is nowhere, there will be some areas where you don't even need to have this kind of electronic identification. So if you want to fly in an area where the identification is mandatory, you will buy this module. You will upload the registration information on this model, and the model will broadcast exactly the same level, same kind of information that I showed you before, and then the police will be able to identify who you are.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is, the previous question is basically the same one,
Yeah.
but now the interesting one. What will be if 3 operators are responsible for 1 drone? How to enter ID string on drone for current operator? In other words, is such a situation envisaged that like 3 operators operate 1 drone?
So typically, if we do the parallel with cars, there is one owner of the car, and then there are different pilots that are piloting the car. Or in this case, there are different drivers that are driving the car. But even if when I rent a car, the rental company is the operator, is registered according to the rental company, and then there is a contract between me and the rental company, and then in case of problems, the rental company can show that I was misusing maybe the cars, and then I can discharge responsibility. So we want to use the same approach also on drones. There will be always one single operator that will be responsible for the drone, not multiple operators. So, and in general, he's always the owner, and he has several pilots. Then in case, maybe tomorrow we can have a sort of car sharing, drone sharing, like something like that, there will be a sort of contract, a sort of agreement that I signed with the company that will show that only for that period I'm using that drones, and I bear the responsibility of the operator. But the aircraft will still under the registration of the main company. So we want to use something that is similar to the current way we use cars.
Yes.
There is a possibility there are 3 owners of the 1 drone. 3 of us have just decided to buy 1 drone. Who is the responsible? Who is the operator?
So I guess in this case it's a company. So if you are 3 owners,
We have a company with 3 private persons. Or
Well-
3 companies, doesn't matter. 3 companies may also together buy 1 drone.
so what happens if there are 3 people that will buy? So maybe
If I may.
yeah.
So, anyway, no matter that 3 of you basically paid for the drone, towards competent authority, towards civil aviation agency, 1 of you have to be registered as an operator of a drone. And that person will be considered responsible as an operator. Now, the other 2 may fly as pilots. And then, while flying, they will carry on their responsibilities as pilots. But you cannot have, obviously, you cannot have 3 operators operating 1 drone. It's not, well, one will have to be the operator, 1 person. Okay, let's continue. What about annual insurance, third-party insurance? Is it necessary for C2 class drones?
So for insurance, there is a specific regulation in the European system that is dealing with all with aircrafts, and actually it covers at this moment only drones. Actually, the regulation say models. We can consider drones that are with a weight higher than 20 kilos. So this means that if you have a drone heavier than 20 kilos, you need to comply with the European regulation on insurance, and so you need to be insured based on European regulation. If instead you have a drone with a weight less than 20 kilos, so there is no European regulation that is forcing you to have insurance, but we know that almost all national regulations do it. And we think that it will be very important that you register yourself, that you have an insurance. So we decide that even if it's not so mandatory from European regulation, but there are for sure mandatory from national level, when you register yourself, you need to also add the number of the insurance that is cover third-party liability. So it's not a requirement from the European regulation, but is something that will be mandated at the national level and will be anyway mandatory. So you need to specify that you have and which number is when you register yourself. So we expect that all of you will have this kind of insurance.
Correct. That's also our view. Let's move on. Please explain how new regulation affects the most common case, DJI Phantom 4, used privately for fun.
Okay, so I don't remember the weight of DJI
1.4, something like that.
Okay, so 1.4 means that most probably it will be classified C2, unless DJI they will show that in case of crash with another person, it will transfer an energy less than 80 joules. And then in this case, they can also classify as C1. So in general, Phantom 4 is a C2 when in 2022, so this means when the regulation will be fully in place. And you need to conduct first the online training, the online test, then have your self-practical training in an area where the operation is safe. When you feel confident, you then go to an entity recognized by the competent authority. You declare that you complied, you did this practical training, and then you need to conduct an additional test covering the specific area dealing with the additional risk posed by the C2. Once you have all this competency, then you can start operating in the urban environment. If the Phantom C4, Phantom 4 will have a slow speed mode, so means that you can fly up to 3 meters per second, then you can be closer to people as 5 meters. Otherwise, you need to keep 30 meters from people. So this is when the full regulation will be in place. For the first 2 years, since if you buy the Phantom 4 today, it doesn't have the C marking, then since it's below 2 kilos, you still can fly in the C2 open category. So this means that you can only fly up to 50 meters in this case from people. So we don't allow to be closer until we don't have the full mark C2.
Okay, another question on autonomous flight in open category. Does, for example, follow me or active track options on drones classified? To je odgovoreno. Dobro, ok, super, idemo dalje. Aren't you putting the police that is overflowed with work, another area where paranoid people can make 100 complaints daily, and by this the police is obligated by law to check every single complaint? And what about the pilot rights? We have a right to privacy as well as the uninvolved people.
Okay, yep. So we don't mandate who will be the enforcement authority. So it will be up to the member state to identify if it will be the police or will be someone else. Now, we know that every time someone is doing an operation, someone else can complain, someone can fly legally, so someone needs to check. It will be up to the member states to organize themselves. So if they believe that the police is the best authority in place to do this kind of verification, well, otherwise they can find something different. So this will be up to you.
Da, mislim, već uobičajen problem provedbe ovih propisa je upravo to. Europska komisija je na stajalištu da bi se otvorenom kategorijom trebala baviti policija. Iskreno mi nemamo ništa protiv, dapače. Naš problem je što nas je malo, zrakoplovnih inspektora je vrlo, vrlo malo i ne možemo biti posvuda. Policija ipak ima dovoljno, oni su na terenu, na svim su događanjima i imaju puno veći uvid u situaciju. Nije još kod nas odlučeno ko će se time baviti, tako da vidjet ćemo u kojem će to smjeru ići. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, I can tell about the rights, the pilot rights.
Go ahead.
Privacy. we are very much aware about the privacy rights for pilots. As a matter of fact, when private citizens detect the operator number, is not able to identify who is the person in charge of the operation. You just receive this number, then we can go to the police and ask for some kind of action. And only the police will be able to access the database and retrieve this information. So the data of the pilot or also the operator will be protected. It's the same way today I can see a car plate, but I don't know who is really the owner. And if I see a car misbehaving, I can tell the police the car plate number X was doing something, and then the police will verify. So no difference of what we are used today with cars. It depends what it was doing. I think that you can go to the police, and if you have proofs.
Ja mislim da policija kod nas ima obavezu postupati po svakoj prijavi. Sad, da li se to u stvarnosti događa ili ne, ali mislim da je tako.
Yeah, the difference here that I can have a snapshot of my app on my phone, and in snapshot I can show that drones or registration number XYZ was in this position at this time. So, yeah, and I can go, yeah. It's just a snapshot on an app on your mobile phone, so it's very easy to have a snapshot on what. No. You can imagine. Yeah, we have an app. Yeah.
Okay, what if someone makes its own drone? How can you enforce these policies on self-made drones?
Yeah, so we don't have any technical requirements for privately built drones, because then we cannot check what did you do, how safe is your drone. This is why we have a little bit more limited operation that we allowed for the privately built. So I remind you that privately built, if below 250 grams, they can fly in the operation A1. So 250 grams is we can say a safe threshold, because so we have a study showing that drones start to be really dangerous in case of crash over people when they transfer this energy that now I already mentioned more than once, these 80 joules. And in the MPA that we published in 2017, we have an appendix showing how we trace these 80 joules to the 900 grams. So more or less 900 grams fits with this 18 joules. So 250 grams is a much lower energy threshold. So in case of crash with a person, will hurt a little bit, but should not kill a person. So this is why we allow also drones with any kind of technical requirements, so privately built up to 250 grams to fly over people in the urban environments. For the aviary drones, we try to be as safe as we can. So we are in the countryside, outside of urban environment, over an area where there is no uninvolved people. So in that case, even if there will be a crash of the drone, the impact should be very low. So we try to be pragmatic. We know that it's very common for several operators to build their drone also for fun. All of us, we like to try to invent something. But as long as I operate in an area where I don't pose risk to other person, I can do it.
Ok, obzirom da smo probili vrijeme, radit ćemo ovu sesiju pitanja i odgovora još 5 minuta, 6 do 11:15, pa ćemo dalje. Vratite mi molim vas pitanja, super. Where can I perform online training for C1 class UAS? Hrvatska agencija za civilno zrakoplovstvo radi na tom online treningu i taj online trening će biti raspoloživ čim bude gotov. Na našim stranicama svatko od vas će moći proći taj trening i polagati ispite upravo onako kako je uredba predvidjela. Where can we download this presentation? Bit će na našoj stranici, a imate je i u aplikaciji, tako da kogod želi u aplikaciji je može pogledati, skinuti. What about drones coming from non-EU markets regarding C1, C2 marks? I believe that this is regulated by the 945, that such drones will not be able to enter the market.
So yeah, what will happen? So I can be an American tourist. I can come here and fly. I want to fly with my drone here in Europe. I need to follow the European regulation. So I need to register myself first of all, and where I need to register myself in the country where I want to do my first operation, and then I do follow exactly the same rule. And if my drone doesn't have a C marking, will be considered like a privately built drone. So what I said to you before. And I need to ask then, if I want to fly in the specific category, I need to ask the authorization, and the authorization will be asked to the competent authority of the nation where I had the first operation. So if the first time I do the operation in Croatia, I will be considered as a normal Croatian citizen from this point of view, and I will follow exactly the same rules as out here. But otherwise, I cannot buy a drone from abroad and use in the open category using what I showed you before, if it doesn't have a C marking. So if I buy on Alibaba, for example, maybe most of them will have a C marking, C1, C2, C3, so perfect, but if it's without it, will be, as I told you, responsibility of the operator to check that they have the declaration of conformity according to the C marking, and only after that, then I can fly in the C2, C3, as it was.
Okay, so will there be any required procedure to the pilot to determine the height above ground of the unmanned aircraft on uneven terrain, since unmanned aircraft usually determine the height by delta difference from takeoff point?
Yeah, so we expect that before flying, we have requirements that you need to check the area where you are flying, check geography. So it's up to the remote pilot to identify some kind of references. Now, the drones will have a function on board that will tell you what is the height at this moment regarding the takeoff point. So it will be up to the pilot to identify then where I'm flying. I know that the area where I'm flying now compared to takeoff point is higher or lower, and so to make the delta evaluation. So in this first phase, we wanted to have taken requirements that are proportionate. We don't want to mandate very complex systems with maps, with geography, with the GPS that we are identifying the delta, because then this will become very expensive drones. So our idea is that let's try to have the minimum tech requirements that make the operation safe. Let's try to have the drones as cheap as we can, so then you can start to have operation. We give the responsibility on the remote pilot, and so the training will help the remote pilot to identify how they can see the height of their drones. But there will be a sort of preparation that the remote pilot need to do when they are flying in this hilly environment.
Ok, I zadnje pitanje prije pauze. You said that the C markings will be implemented around 2022. Does this mean that if I buy a new drone next year, for example DJI Inspire for 3,000 euros, I won't be able to fly it in populated areas after 2022?
If the drone is about 150 grams, yeah. Otherwise, after 2022, all legacy drones that are below 150 grams can still be operated in populated environment. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah. After 2022, the privately built or legacy drones will be only operated in urban environment if it's below 250 grams, or otherwise in the countryside. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ovo pitanje o DGU stvarno ne bi gospodina zamarao, jer bi mu trebao prvo pola sata pričati o tome šta je to DGU, tako da možete u pauzi mu eventualno probati to objasniti pa ga pitati. A evo sad ćemo napraviti jednu pauzu, pola sata, vidimo se natrag u 11:45. Ovdje ispred dvorane imamo malo osvježenje pa sve vas pozivam da se okrijepite.
več odlič, vedno vsaki moram čuvati in
Ok, ako smo svi natrag, nastavit ćemo. Htio bih samo napomenuti da imamo oko 70 ljudi koji nas prate online, na čemu im ja zahvaljujem. I nadam se da je i svima njima korisno, barem koliko i nama. Idemo dalje. Jako puno pitanja smo dobili, to vam je jasno. A isto tako vam je jasno da ne stignemo na sva odgovoriti. Tako da vidjet ćemo sad kako će ići prezentacija dalje. Mi smo sva pitanja koja nismo odgovorili spremili na jedno mjesto i pred kraj, kad vidimo, ako se pokaže vrijeme, krenut ćemo i po tim pitanjima koja nismo odgovorili i probati odgovoriti i na ta pitanja. Sljedeća opcija je da ta pitanja sačuvamo i eventualno e-mailom ili da objavimo odgovore skupno na našoj stranici pa da pogledate da li je možda odgovoreno na neko od pitanja vaših koje ovdje nismo stigli. Ali nadam se da imate razumijevanja za to da vrijeme nekako određeno postoji i moramo to poštivati. Evo, ajmo dalje, Mr. Natale.
Thank you. Before starting on the specific category, I want to highlight one concept based on the question I received during the break regarding the weight that we use in open but also in the specific category. So when I say weight, we consider the maximum takeoff mass. This means that this is the weight that the drone by design can take off, used for takeoff. So the drone will have an empty weight, then you can add a number of payloads. So for example, if I have a drone that is up to 3 kilo as an empty weight, the manufacturer needs to identify what is the maximum weight of the payload that can be added to the drone. If, for example, the maximum payload is 1.2 kilos, so it will make the drone weight maximum 4.2 kilo, the drone cannot be classified C2. It needs to be classified C3, because C2, the 4 kilos, is related to the maximum takeoff mass that physically I can use in order to take off the aircraft. It's also to simplify the activity for the police or for whoever will check the activity, because so it needs to be clear. Just reading the number of the drone, that is a C3 or is a C2, and there should not be any kind of confusion that even if it's a C2, I can still use a payload such that the aircraft is flying at higher weight, lower weight. So independent of what is the current weight that you are flying at that moment, When we talk about maximum takeoff mass, is always the weight defined by the manufacturer by design. So it will be written on the documentation provided by the manufacturer. So for you, at the end, it will be transparent because it will be marked with the C2 or C3, so you don't even know that actually the real weight of the aircraft is lower than the maximum that was in the regulation. So, okay, so let's start with the specific category. What is the specific category? Whenever I want to do an operation that exceeds the limitation that I showed you in the open category, then I am in the specific category. So, for example, I said that only VLOS operations are in the open category. So if I want to do an operation beyond visual line of sight, so long range, then I'm in the specific category. If I want to use in general a drone more than 25 kilos, I'm in the specific category. But also if I want to fly over people with a 3-kilo drone, so it's not a C1, then I am in the specific category. So you can do everything. Specific category is a very wide category when you give the flexibility to design the operation as you want. So you can almost do everything. You will see that there is then the next is the certified category, and we don't have very specific limits between the very clear limit between specific and certified category, depending on the risk, and you will see later. So in the specific category, actually, you can do a lot of operations. In this case, the minimum age for the remote pilot is 16-year-old, and also can be reduced by the member states up to 14, and will be only valid in that member state. So what is the main element of the specific category? First of all, the operator is required to identify how you want to operate, so they define what we call the CONOPS, concept of the operation, and then carry out a risk assessment. We have a methodology that is called SORA, Specific Operation Risk Assessment, and was developed by an international forum made of different competent authority. European, EASA was very active, but also US, China, Brazil, mostly all over the world. So this is just to tell you that this is also actually also on the classification between open, specific, and certified is coming from this group. So what we did, we tried to do in this international forum, so to have the first brick, to have something that more or less will be used also in the other countries. Even if now we are the first country, the first region in the world that transformed this proposal from this group to actual regulation, we expect that also other countries in the world will use a similar approach. So this risk assessment, SORA, that was developed by this group, we published as an acceptable means of compliance to the regulation. So you can see it on the document that for which I showed you that we have a link on the presentation. This risk assessment help the operator to identify all elements of an operation and to identify what is the risk. To identify so the overflown area, the airspace, the operational condition, also the characteristics of the aircraft. And based on these elements, the operator, at the end of the process, will be able to define the risk level using a code called Specific Assurance and Integrity Level, called SAIL. So at the end of the process, each operation is classified from SAIL 1 to SAIL 6. So SAIL 1 and 2 means that the risk is still at low. SAIL 3 and 4, the risk is medium. 5 and 6, even if you are in the specific category, now we are talking about something that is a very high risk. So, and depending on the level of risk, you need to put in place different mitigations in terms of robustness and also in terms of type of verification that you need to use. The document will identify a number of operational safety objectives and a number of mitigations. So you will see that there are around 26 different elements. Some are covering the flight conditions, so what kind of limitation you need to put in place in order to have the operation safe. Some are covering the pilot competency, so what is the minimum competency that you need to put in place. It's also sometimes technical requirements for the drone. So at the end of the process, you will identify what kind of, for each of these operational safety objective, what kind of robustness you need to demonstrate in order to show that your operation is safe. So then you can adapt your concept of operation, and you can shape your operation in a way that best fit your need. So at the end, you will prepare the package with all the information, and then you will send the package to the competent authority that will give the authorization. And only after you have the authorization from the competent authority, you will be able to start the operation. So it's important, the open category in general, you can only operate after you have an authorization by the competent authority that will be based on your proposal, on your risk assessment, on how you believe that the operation can be mitigated. So you are free to propose the best way following the structure that I showed you. Now, since in some cases the risk assessment may be complicated, especially for the small operators, we try to find some way to simplify the activity for the operators. So the first way is to develop what we call a standard scenario. So we identify, means as EASA, with the support of the member states, with the NAA, we identify some operation that fits in the low risk of the specific category, so SAIL 1 and 2. We identify the scenario, the CONOPS, how this operation takes place. We, EASA, conduct risk assessment and identify all the mitigation measures. So we defined a list of requirements similarly to what I showed you for the open category in terms of what are the limits on the operation, what are the competencies of the pilot, the minimum requirements for the aircraft. And then we built appendices to the regulation that allow the operator to just, when they follow this operation, just declare to the competent authority that they are meeting the requirements in the regulation. And after they declare, the competent authority in exchange will send the confirmation of receipt and completeness. So I just send the declaration of authority, wait a few seconds, I hope we are talking about something that will be electronically, that they confirm that they received the document, and they just confirm that I'm using the format that is published in the regulation. So the declaration is already defined in the regulation, so I cannot use something different. I need to declare that I fully comply with the regulation, and then nothing else. I can fly without waiting for any kind of authorization or any kind of additional assessment from the competent authority. This means that maybe the competent authority, the day after, can come to me and check if I'm doing this operation in a safe way, or maybe they can come after 1 month, after 1 year. So we will then be under the oversight of the competent authority, like normal aviation organizations are today. But we can do the operation almost immediately after we send the declaration. What kind of standard scenario we already have? So at this moment, the current published regulation doesn't have any standard scenario, just have the provision, and the appendix is empty. But in November last year, EASA published a proposed amendment to the regulation, and with two standard scenarios. The standard scenario were discussed last week at the European Commission, and we are just making some small adjustment based on the comments we received from a member state, and we expect that we'll have the final vote in the next weeks, and this regulation will be adopted by mid of this year. So let's see what are the standard scenarios. The first one is a V-loss operation below 120 meters in urban environment using a drone up to 25 kilos. So you may remind that the maximum that they can do in the open category is A2, so it's up to 4 kilos. Here we are extending at the A2 up to 25 kilos. But we have some constraint. So first of all, the operator needs to identify what we call the flight geography, so where the drones is flying, where the operation will take place. And then they need to add two level of safety buffer. One is we call contingency area. So if the aircraft is going outside of the flight geography, the operator needs to put in place some what we call contingency procedures that needs to be defined by the operator in order to have the aircraft going back in the flight geography. And then another one is a ground risk buffer. So there is another layer of security. So if even if the pilot put in place the contingency procedures and the aircraft is still flying outside of the contingency area, so we'll approach the contingency buffer, the ground risk buffer, then the operator needs to put in place some procedures that need to be followed by the remote pilot in order to interrupt immediately the operation. In this case, we ask that the drone will have a flight termination system, so such that the aircraft will be stopped. Now, in order to protect also the drone itself, for this kind of drone, we ask for a parachute. So we have a number of technical requirements that are imposed for drones to be operated in standard channel number 1. And we decide that also these requirements will be verified through the C marking. And so we propose a new class that is called C5. So only if you are flying with a class C5, you can do this operation in the standard scenario. And the requirements for C5 are more or less the same of C3, also because we started from the C3 with some additional requirements on top, especially so this flight termination system. And the parachute in this case is not very much needed for to ensure the safety of the area, but it's more to make sure that the pilot will activate the flight termination system, because we know that from a human factor point of view, people may be not very happy to stop their drone, because then it can crash and the drone can be lost. So it's more to protect the business. We don't require from a safety point of view, because we require that all the ground risk buffer, all the up to the red area, needs to be controlled. So there will need to be an active verification from the operator that no uninvolved people is in the red area, maybe by fencing the area or making sure that nobody is entering in this area. So from a ground risk point of view, the operation is safe because nobody will be up to the red area, even if the operation is concentrated in the green area. And we ask for here some training. Will be both theoretical training. So in addition to the training that I showed you for the A3, we have additional face-to-face theoretical training, and we ask also for practical training in this case. Practical training that needs to be conducted, and I will tell you later in which way. The second standard scenario instead is a BVLOS operation, beyond visual line of sight operation, still below 120 meters, in sparsely populated area, so we are talking about not in urban environment, but in area where there is no one, with a drone up to 25 kilos. So here we have two conditions. We may have the pilot that is flying by himself. So in this case, we limit the range to 1 kilometer. So will be BVLOS up to 1 kilometer. So there will be, according to the size of the drone, the remote pilot will not be able to see the drone after, I don't know, is exceeding 500 meters, 300 meters, depends on the size. So this is the dark blue BVLOS area. Then, if the operator, if the remote pilot is exceeding the VLOS range, so he's flying at a distance where he cannot see anymore the flight, we require that the pilot need to scan the sky. So you know that the aircraft is in that area, and he need to check if in that area there is another obstacle. So if he will be able to see another aircraft, because the aircraft is much bigger than the drone. So up to 1 kilometer, he will be able to see if in that area another aircraft is coming. In this case, you need to take control. So we have also in this case, we only accept that you can do this operation only if you have a C-Mark drone, and we have a special class that is the C6. And the C6 has one special requirement, that is that we oblige to have automatic function on the drone. Because if you are exceeding the VLOS operation, the remote pilot should not concentrate on the screen and to check how the operation is doing, because he needs to check the sky. So the drone needs to have an automatic function so that the operation is conducted automatically by the drone. So the pilot will just check that everything is okay, and in case there is a problem, immediately take control and maybe land the drone or put the drone back. And then we'll have also another requirement that it will be the geo-caging. So also in this case, the pilots will be required to identify the flight geography area, contingency buffer, ground buffer, and also in this case, you need to protect all the area. But we require that the drone will have an automatic function such that will not be able to go outside of this 1 kilometer in this case, or the flight geography area. Now, he can extend the operation up to 2 kilometers when he uses some visual observers. So visual observers are people that are put at the distance no more than 1 kilometer from the remote pilot. Can be more than one, so covering a circle up to 2 kilometers. And they need to be in contact with the remote pilot, and their task is to check the sky and verify if there is any obstacle that is coming close to the aircraft. So maybe they are not in direct visual line of sight of drone, but they need to have some screen, something that will tell them where the position of the drone is, so they can know that is the area, and they can check if there is something coming. And then they will inform immediately the pilot if there is some other aircraft, so the pilot will intervene. So this will allow to fly up to 2 kilometers from the remote pilot. So it's a sort of BVLOS operation, even if still we enforce so we ensure that the air risk is mitigated through someone that is looking at the sky, because we know that we still don't have an acceptable detect and avoid system. So at this moment, we don't have any alternative that having someone that is checking the sky. So these are the two standard scenarios that has been published, and I will tell you when they will be available for you. Okay, so the competency in both cases, the remote pilot needs to have his online courses in the examination, like in the open category. Then we have the additional theoretical knowledge examination provided by the competent authority, like we have in A2. And actually, if you already have already passed the exam in A2, you have some credit here. You don't need to do the full examination, but you just do the delta. And also this one will be valid for 5 years. But in addition to the theoretical knowledge, we have also here some practical knowledge. So we don't mandate to have a practical exam. We just have a practical training. So we have the concept here of the continuous training. And we decided in order to give maximum flexibility and also to reuse the experience that we have in some member states here in Europe that show that this approach is working very, very well, that the training can be provided either by an entity recognized by the member state or even by another operator that already declared, that already doing some operation in the standard scenario. And in addition, this operator comply with some requirements that are very peculiar for training organization, that for which we have another appendix in the regulation that defines exactly what they need to show. And once this operator is compliant with this kind of requirements, it will declare to the competent authority that this operator is not only doing standard scenario 1 or 2, but is also able to train other operator. Now, one of the main requirements that should be independence between who is the trainer and who is the trainee. So this means that I cannot train myself. Now, if I'm a big organization, I can have two different structures. One is the training, one is that is the operation, and then I can show that they are independent to the competent authority, and then this one, the training side can train the operation side. Otherwise, it will be a different operator. I go to the operator number X that I know that has been declared, and I do this training, and at the end, they will give me a proof of completion of this training, and then I can then start the operation. So also in this way, you can see that it's very flexible and trying to reduce as much as possible the cost, but we found that the experience showed that was very effective in several member states. And as I told you, the declarations that need to be used are defined in the regulation. So you cannot just declare based on your feeling. So you need to use the format that are in declaration. So the first one is the declaration for conducting standard scenario, in which you identify your name, what kind of drones you are using, and then you declare that you comply with all the requirements of the regulation. The second format instead is the one that is used by the operator that wants to train other operators. So in this case, you declare that you comply with the additional requirements in the appendix to the regulation for training. So very simple. Fill these two declaration, send to the competent authority. You can see that it's very difficult then to make a mistake because few fields need to be filled. The competent authority will check that they are complete, they are the right one, and send you the confirmation, and then you can do the operation. Let's say the applicability of the standard scenario. So I told you that the adoption should be sometime, say, mid of this year. Then, since also in this case we are living on the fact that we are using drones with the CE marking, so we'll not be able to have a drone with CE marking immediately now. So we decide to have 18 months when the applicability then will start. So in these 18 months, the national regulation will still apply. So this means that if the national regulation already have other possibility to declare operation, then you can use it. Otherwise, you just follow the European regulation. Then, after 18 months, all operation based on declaration needs to follow the standard scenario. So it means that you need to send a declaration based on what I showed you before. So if you have a declaration based on national standard regulation before this date, and you already had a declaration valid based on national scenario, then this declaration will be valid for additional 24 months. So 24 months, you can have both available. But after, in the 24 months, no new declaration can be sent based on national regulation. All new needs to always be sent based on European regulation. Predefined risk assessment. So this standard scenario, I said, is only applicable if we are talking about simple, low-risk operations, so only sale 1, sale 2, according to the risk assessment of SORA. But also for more risky operation, we want to find a way to simplify. So in this case, we identify another tool that we call predefined risk assessment, where also in this case, EASA, with the member state, will identify the operational scenario. Also in this case, EASA will carry out the risk assessment. But at the end, we'll define a package of how you can comply with the mitigation and the operational safety objective, giving you also some kind of flexibility, because here we are talking about very different kind of operations. So while in the standard scenario I showed you that we are very strict, since it's the declaration, is no verification, either you are fully compliant with what we say or you do something else. Here we want to give you some kind of flexibility. So we give you some indication of how you can simplify your approach, how you can conduct this operation, but then you still have the flexibility to propose some variation. And at the end, you still need to send an application to the competent authority. And the competent authority will review and will send the authorization. And only after the authorization you can fly. But we expect that using this kind of package, your activity will be much more reduced. You just need to follow our pre-digested, recipe. And also the competent authority, for them, will be much easier to assess it because they are already, we are already following a structure. So will be a much simplified way to give this authorization. The difference between the standard scenario and predefined risk assessment is that standard scenario are part of the regulation. These instead are IMC to the regulation. So we will be able to also in the future to develop very easily new predefined risk assessment. And this is something that we have in mind. We want to, in the future, to cover the vast majority of the operation in Europe to make sure that we can simplify as much as possible. But we already published the first predefined risk assessment, and it's part of our MC guidance material. So this means it's already, not applicable by today because we need to wait the 1st of July, but from 1st of July 2020, you can already use this predefined risk assessment. And this is covered a BVLOS operation, below 120 meters in controlled airspace, over pass-through area environment, with a drone up to 25 kilos. So you can see very much closer to the standard scenario number 2. But the difference is that also in this case, the pilot can fly up to 1 kilometer in case he's flying by himself, using the same approach I showed you in the standard scenario. But the difference is that now you can use a range of visual observer. So you can have in theory, you can have a very long range of operation. The importance is that at the end you are able to demonstrate to the competent authority that you are able to manage all your visual observers. You have very good procedures in order to make sure that there is always one person that is checking the area where the aircraft is flying. There is a very good communication among all of them, good communication with the remote pilot. So since the member state, the NA, will be able to assess your procedures now, we can allow this kind of flexibility. This is why I tell you that we are not so strict. So you will propose how many. You will propose how this will better fit your operation. And here, we do not mandate a drone with a C marking. So you can do also with a drone that is maybe built by yourself, or will be another kind of drone. But there will be some minimum technical requirements that the NAA will verify. So then it will be up to them to check that you are using a drone compliant. Maybe at the end they can check that a drone with a C5 is still good enough for doing this operation, maybe. It depends how you build your operation. So it's a very powerful tool, this PDRA, that will help you to simplify a lot. Now, at this moment, this is only the first one, but we are already working to develop some new predefined risk assessment. And we are going to publish by this year 4 more. 2 will cover exactly the 2 standard scenarios that I showed you before, because in case you want to do an operation under standard scenario, but for some reason you don't have a CMAC drone, because you have your drone that you just built by yourself. Why you cannot do the same operation? Now, we cannot allow you to do the operation under standard scenario without a drone with a CMARCing through a declaration. So, but we will be able to develop a predefined risk assessment. It will be very simple predefined risk assessment in which you will show to your competent authority that you have a drone that is privately built or without CMARCing, but still comply with some minimum technical requirement. And then your NAA will give the authorization to fly with the same condition of the standard scenario, even if still will be under that authorization. Too much. So these are the PDA that we are developing now, so the 2 mirroring the standard scenario 1 and 2. Then we are working on another PDRA, BVLOS operation below 120 meter in uncontrolled airspace over sparsely populated area with a drone less than 3 meter. In this case, we will not use visual observers. We'll have different kind of mitigations. And then the next one, BVLOS in restricted airspace over sparsely populated area with 3 meter dimensions. And so these are PDRA that will come in by the end of this year. Now, an important element will be the certification of the aircraft. So we are trying to find the right balance, you know, and to make sure that the cost of the aircraft is low enough to allow you to do operation without starting with a big investment. But then also some minimum safety level is ensured. So according to the Ccaa, I think you will identify what is the risk level of your drone. So you can have the 3 boundary, low, medium, and high. Let's start now from this morning for the low, medium, and high. And if the operation is classified low, then SAIL 1 and SAIL 2, we say that maybe will be covered by a standard scenario. So the CMARCing, in this case 5 and 6, maybe tomorrow there will be new standard scenario, which maybe or not new C classing, or maybe the same class will also be useful for other standard scenario. Or you may ask for an authorization to do this kind of operation in low risk to the competent authority, and then the competent authority will verify the full package. So you will say that my operation is safe because I have a drone with very good technical requirements. I have put in place some operational restriction. I have a pilot that is skilled. Maybe the pilot is very much skilled, so I don't need to have a drones with a lot of technical requirements. On the opposite, I can have a pilot that is not very much skilled because I have a drone with a lot of technical requirements. This is the powerful of this tool. So you can balance the 3. And then the competent authority will give you authorization to fly with that drone. But if another operator wants to do a similar operation with the same drone, he cannot reuse the authorization given by operator number 1 because it's linked to that drone, to that operation. So the other operator needs to again send all the information to the competent authority and to have a different authorization. We allowed, anyway, the manufacturer to apply to EASA to have a type certificate because, for example, if I want to put on the market drone and I will say my drone is already compliant with all operation in SAIL 1 and 2 or maybe SAIL 3 and 4, even if it's not mandatory, this will help the operator. So this way the operator when they go to the competent authority, they don't need to show that, okay, my drone is complying with technical requirements because look, so this is how they comply with requirement A, B, C. They will say, yes, and he has a certificate, so all technical requirements are done. I just concentrate on the operational and on the pilot competency. But this is an optional possibility. So we do a possibility. We don't mandate this one in the cell 1 and 2. For the medium risk, according to the SORA, the requirements. You need to show that you are complying with all the requirements only by declaring that you are complying with it, and then you need to provide some additional information to the competent authority supporting that you are compliant. But it's not required to have a third-party verification. So you don't need to show that someone checked that you are complying with these requirements. So you prepare the package, you send to the competent authority with some additional information. The competent authority will check. Maybe we may consider the additional information are not good enough. There will be some kind of negotiation, but then they will give you the authorization. So this authorization also in this case will cover the three elements. But also in this case, we want to have the manufacturer give a possibility to come to EASA and ask for the certificate. So this will help the operator to reduce the number of requirements they need to show. When we talk about high risk, you will see in SORA that high risk means that the operation needs to comply with some requirements, mitigation, operation safety objective that is a little bit more complex, and we always need to have a third-party verification. Now, according to the competency that is split between Europe and the member state, as I showed you early this morning, EASA is the competent authority for design, while the member states are the competent authority for operation and pilot competency. So this means that when you want to show that you are complying with those objectives that are at high risk and is related to operational and to the pilot competency, either you ask to the competent authority to verify, or maybe the competent authority will identify some entity, which we qualified entities, that can do this on their behalf. They will publish who they are, so we'll go to them, and then when they approve you can provide the package to the competent authority. When we talk about design, since the competency is EASA, so we need to apply our regulation for initial airworthiness that is called Part 21. Maybe you may be aware. Now, Part 21 is a little bit heavy, let's say, for drones, because it was built for aircraft. Now, we also have a small aircraft, but something that in some cases can be a little bit complicated. So we are working now on reducing the level of requirements. In Part 20 will be more flexible, but actually already have some flexibility provision in Part 21 that allow us to reduce requirements to fit the operational drones. So this means that for the high-risk operation, the type certificate or restricted type certificate will be mandatory. So the manufacturer needs to apply to EASA for the type certificate. EASA will identify what are the minimum requirements. There will be a certification process. At the end, there will be a document called type certificate that will be given to the manufacturer. And then the manufacturer can put on the market the drone, and the operator then can use it and only concentrate it on the other requirements. There are some cases in which the operator carry out the risk assessment and check that the level of risk is so high, there are no mitigation that can be put in place such that the operation can be classified in the specific category. So in this case, we call it certified category. So we don't have a clear boundary between specific and certified. It's based on the risk assessment. I will show you that there are some cases in which you already know that you will never fall in the specific category. But in general, only after you carry out risk assessment, you will know if the operation is so risky such that you need to go in the certified category. Certified category means that you need to have the full certificate of the drone, the certificate of the operator, and the license of the pilot, unless it is fully autonomous. So, as I told you before, one of the basic principles is that all authorization, all certificate that is provided by one member state needs to be recognized also in the other member state. So what will happen if there is a cross-border operation? So maybe an operation that is flying between the border of two states or completely in another member state. So first of all, let's see the case of authorization. So operation authorization, they will be, so first of all, the operator needs to ask to their competent authority the authorization to conduct an operation. When you will ask for an authorization, you will, in the risk assessment, you will identify you will characterize the area where you are flying in terms of ground risk and in terms of air risk. For example, you will say that I do an operation in an area that is sparsely populated, in uncontrolled space or in controlled space. So you characterize what is the air and the ground risk, and then you carry out the risk assessment, and you find that maybe you will have some mitigations in order to reduce the involvement or the exposition of the overflown people, like in the picture, by concentrating most of the flight, for example, over a river, is an example. So this will be some tactical mitigation. So the risk assessment will provide you the full mitigation measures, and then there will be some tactical mitigation that will be linked to the area of operation. So you ask for authorization from the competent authority, and then the competent authority give you the authorization. So the competent authority of your place of registration. Then tomorrow, I want to conduct the operation in another state. Cyber attack. So tomorrow I want to conduct the same operation in another member state. In this case, I don't need to resubmit the full risk assessment because the level of mitigations was already approved by my member state. The only thing I need to show is that the way I'm implementing the tactical mitigation in the nation are still valid. So, for example, I may not have the same configuration of the city, so I may not be able to conduct the full operation over a river, for example. So I need to change my mitigation strategy. So the only thing that I will show to the competent authority of the member state of registration is a copy of the authorization that I received from the member state of registration, plus the location where I want to do the operation, and how my mitigation measures has been adapted to that area. So there will be not, again, the verification of if the full risk assessment was conducted in a proper way. It's not their business. It's only to check that maybe in the area where I'm flying over people, I'm still flying in an area where the exposition of risk to the people is still low as it was in the original authorization. This is the only thing. So really minimum additional check from the competent authority or member state of operation, and you will need to be able to reuse as much as possible all the authorization that you received in your member state of registration. Regarding instead, if you are conducting an operation under a standard scenario, so in a standard scenario, there is in any way no authorization by the competent authority, but you just have, you submit the declaration and you receive the confirmation of receipt and completeness by your competent authority. So if you want to do then in another member state, you just inform the member states that you are doing the operation in their state by providing a copy of the declaration and a copy of the confirmation that you had from your member state. Nothing else. And then you can operate in the other member state. Now, I remind you that you still, in general, also in the specific category, you need to check if there are some geographical zones, if there are some additional requirements that are imposed by the member state, but this is valid everywhere for the open specific. Even if with my small drone I want to fly for leisure in another country, I still need to check if there are some additional requirements or some forbidden area, or where I need to have a special authorization to fly somewhere. This is all over valid anyway. And okay, a third possibility is the light US operator certificate. What is this one? What we call it look. This is an option for the remote, for the operator. We allow that the operator will ask to the competent authority that they assess the structure. They assess that they have a structure such that is able to assess the risk of an operation. And we have some requirements. These requirements are based on safety management system, SMS, that now is very popular in not only the aviation but almost everywhere. And we call it light US operator certificate because it's a light version of the SMS. Not because it's a light aircraft, no. It's only meaning that it's the light requirements of the SMS. So they then ask to the NAF registration to inspect themselves. The NAF registration will verify, and when they are satisfied with the way they are structured, they can provide privileges. So we can have different kinds of privileges based on the maturity of the operator. So for example, operate according to the standard scenario without submitting declaration. This will be, I think, the most basic privilege. But then self-authorized operation according to predictive risk assessment, or even self-authorized operation for which there was no assessment before. So it's a completely new operation. But then if the operator has good procedures, yeah, he can just conduct the operations, and still all operator in the specific category then will go under the oversight of the competent authority. So then the competent authority periodically, in what we call in a performance-based approach, will inspect all operator that submit declaration or for which they issue an authorization or a certificate. They will be inspected regularly to check that they are conducting operation according to the regulation. So it can happen the day after if they believe that there is any reason to be much worried, or can happen after 1 year, or when the member state, the NAA, thinks that is meaningful. Okay. Yeah, and it's important. So also in this case, a look that is valid in a member state will be valid as it is, with the same privileges, without additional demonstrations. The only thing that we ask you is when you are flying in another member state to inform where the operation will be taken, is more to give an information to the state of what are the drone operations that are conducted. So, in summary, let's see what is a specific category. We have 4 possible options. So the first option is to conduct the SORA, conduct the full risk assessment. SORA is an MC to the regulation and is called MC1 to Article 11. And then identify all mitigation measures, how you comply with the operational safety objective, ask for an authorization to the competent authority, and then only after that you receive the authorization, you can start the operation. The second methodology, if the operation is covered by predefined risk assessment, instead of carrying out the SORA, you can just follow the predefined risk assessment. In this case, will be the first one is MC2 to the Article 11. The third one will be MC3. Then we'll have MC4 and so on. And then also in this case, you ask for an authorization to the competent authority, and you start the operation only after you receive the authorization from the competent authority. The third possibility will be the standard scenario. So standard scenario, in this case, is an appendix, is not an MC2 regulation. And so if your operation exactly follow the limitation that are in the standard scenario, then you can just send a declaration to the competent authority and start directly the operation. Or the last way is you ask the competent authority to be recognized as LUC, Light US Operator Certificate, and all the requirements are in the Part C to the Regulation 947. And then you can have the privileges that I showed you before. And then directly you start the operation without asking the authorization if the privilege that are given by your competent authority allow you to do so you can see that you have quite a flexible way and you can adapt to your need. Timeline. So starting from the 1st of July 2020, the specific category will be fully applicable. So this means that when you want to do an operation, you need to do what I just showed you. So carry out the risk assessment, ask for authorization to the competent authority, and receive an authorization. So the national regulation will cease to take effect from the 1st of July 2020, and only the European regulation will be applicable. There is no additional need for the member state to make it applicable. It's directly applicable. So what will happen is that we already have the first predefined risk assessment. As I can show you, both standard scenario and the risk assessment, the color will become darker because little by little we will have a number of predefined risk assessment, a number of standard scenario that will cover several operations. Now, for the standard scenario, at this moment we don't have any additional plan because we want first to get some experience. So we are not planning to publish any additional standard scenario immediately now. We would start to develop a large number of predefined risk assessment. As soon as we see that some operations are conducted in a safe way, then we can transform a predefined risk assessment in a standard scenario, but only when we gain, all of us will gain experience. And, finished. Well, okay, I think there was another slide before. Okay. Yeah. And so you already have today some authorization or okay, you already have some authorization certificate declaration that has been issued by your competent authority based on national regulation. So all this will still be applicable until 2021. So this means that by that date, the member states need to define what will be the conversion of all these certificates according to the European regulation. And then by that date, everything should be converted according to European regulation. And also by 2021, the member state needs to complete the definition of geographical zones. Actually, they are already working since several months, and I think that this will be defined already much before that date, because it will be important for all of you to know where you can fly, where you cannot fly. Okay, so this is the part on the specific category.
Okay, thank you very much, Natale. Now, možemo dobiti pitanja na screen i sortirati ih po sviđanjima. Dobro, ovo prvo se meni sviđa najviše, iako mislim da je osoba koja je postavila pitanje nije baš jasna, ali probat ćemo razjasniti. Dobro, ići ćemo na ručak, u redu. Samo daš ovo. Okay, if Ccaa doesn't authorize an entity to issue approvals for declarations for standard scenarios, Ja mislim da je tu nekakva pogreška, jel? And an operator can't do it himself. Who will issue the first approval for standard scenario? Natalia, I think that the question is a kind of misleading, because I think that the person meant that the competent authority will not authorize declared training organizations, which will be by declaration authorized to provide training for standard scenarios. You know, the second declaration that you had on the screen. I believe that's the question, because this question really doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
Yeah, so standard scenario, we said that it will be based on declaration, so there will be no approval by the NIA. So what we need, is another operator that will be able to train. But also, this will be based on a declaration. So if I am an operator that is able to train that is able to show compliance, that to the appendix, I think it's appendix 3 to the regulation, defining what are the requirements for an operator such that he can train other operator, then there is no additional involvement from the competent authority. Now, the problem will be for the first time, because at the end, so first of all, we are starting the operation, and for the first time we need to have an operator that is trained. In order to start training other operator, you already need to have declared to understand the channel number 1. So so this is something that I think with all other authority, we will identify one entity that is able to provide at least the first training, or the training at beginning. There will be some sort of school, or then it will be up to the member state to define who will be in place. Because we say in the regulation, the operator or an entity recognized by the member state. So it's clear that at the beginning can only be an entity recognized by the member state to do the first training. So when the first operator then is trained, then he can declare compliance with the standard scenario, and he can start training the other one. But at the beginning, we need to identify at least one organization, one entity able to do.
Dobro, evo, odlična poslovna prilika za nekog od vas. Dakle, trebamo trening organizaciju koja će prva osposobljavati pilote u standardnim scenarijima. Da vidimo, idemo dalje. What about unplanned situations? Say we are regularly flying up to 120 meters, but a specific shooting requires 200 meters. Would this mean that we would need to upgrade to the higher sea level, or would such activity be possible as an exemption?
So the example for me is not unplanned, because unplanned means that it's an emergency. So maybe there is a problem on the aircraft and for some reason goes up. So was something that was not planned. In this case, if there is a shooting that requires 200 meters, means that I know that I need to do a shooting requiring 200 meters. So it's planned. But anyway, in the specific category, we don't have any limitation. I didn't tell you that there is a limitation in height. So it's the open category is 120 meters. In the specific category, then you will tell me that in your authorization, you will ask to fly up to 200 meters. That means that you will enter in an area where there is a probability that there are other manned aircraft. So this means that we'll change the sail level, so the level of risk, means that you need to have some additional mitigation, a different way to comply with the operational safety objective. You need to demonstrate to your competent authority that you are able to cope with them, and then you will receive an authorization. But if you receive authorization to 200 meters, and during the flight come out that you need to go to 250, then no, you cannot do it. You cannot go to 250. You need to ask for, you need to do the risk assessment and check if with your mitigation you are still safe up to 250, and then competent authority need to authorize you to go at that place. So unplanned is, so this kind of unplanned, so you need to plan properly what kind of operation you want to do. So it's better that you ask for authorization to the maximum height in this case, that you know that sooner or later you will be required to shoot.
Okay, thank you. Samo da ne zaboravim, u stvari drago mi je da je Natale malo elaborirao po onom luku, Light UAS Operator Certificate, i da je bio potpuno jasan u tome da se radi o, da tako kažemo, umanjenim zahtjevima za nekog da bi dobio certifikat, a ne o certifikatu operatora laganog zrakoplova. Vidjet ćete kada budete čitali uredbu, a siguran sam da ćete nakon ovoga svi pojuriti da to podhitno pročitate, da vam je prijevod je upravo kontra. Kad dođete na luk tamo vidjet ćete da piše certifikat operatora lakog zrakoplova, što je potpuno promašen prijevod. Dakle, radi se o, da tako kažemo, laganom certifikatu operatora zrakoplova, zato što nema takve strašne zahtjeve kakve inače certifikacija podrazumijeva. Evo, samo taj clarification mali. This seems too complex administration for average common user to understand and needs to be simplified when educational pre-testing modules will be developed by NAA. I need to admit that I share that opinion, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that for the first time you are exposed to this kind of concepts. Yeah, it's a little bit different from the normal approach. So can appear to be a little bit complicated, but there is always a matter of balance between flexibility on the other side and level of complexity, because it will be very easy to say, okay, this is the way you need to do, and then you don't have any room for changing. Then it will be very easy to understand, but very difficult then to you to do something different. We need to remember that here we have operation, we are talking about small drones that may do some kind of filming event, or we can consider larger drones that are doing some kind of spraying over a country, or some other drones, large drones that are doing surveillance in area maybe over the sea. So the risk is very different. A 2-kilo drone over a stadium will be maybe a specific category, high risk. A 100 drone doing some kind of checking over the sea will be a low risk category, even if both are in the specific category. So we need to make sure that we have some kind of flexibility to help you to adapt the way you want to mitigate an operation in a way that will not be too much expensive for you. You don't need to do something that at the end is not needed, only because it's within the regulation that you need to have this kind of skill. The skills are different based on what are the real needs. So this is why we have the Ccaa. The Ccaa is a really powerful tool that will allow you to identify what are the minimum skills that you need to have, especially for the pilot competency. Then we expect that in the future, as soon as we will grow some kind of experience, there will be a sort of modules that will be applicable to type of operations. So schools will start to make available some kind of modules that will be good for operation, for example, sail 2, conducting in some way. And then we will build this kind of model little by little. But it's something that we need to grow all together. And it will be very important to receive the feedback from you, receive the experience. And I think it will be also very important for you to start using it, because then you will see that also from the feedback that we receive from some kind of operator, that is a very powerful tool that as soon as you pass this first bridge, that's okay, it's new, I don't understand, it's complicated, but then you see how it is flow, and really you see the benefit to adapt to your need.
Thank you. My concern, Natale, is, and I expressed it on several occasions in EASA and in European Commission, is our targeted population. We are not dealing anymore here with aviation professionals, nor with legal professionals. And then, to me personally, this concept of this new regulation might be quite challenging for them to take a grip on. But that's just my opinion. Okay, so let's move on. Does Ccaa give authorization to US operator to fly in controlled airspace? U Hrvatskoj znate i sami da to nismo mi, to je kontrola leta. Ne bi previše dužio o tome jer imam dojam da se svi vrlo, vrlo dobro s time upoznati. Would any additional safety equipment placed on the drone levy the limitations where it can fly? Surely an example, Inspire 2 with a compatible camera isn't as safe as it would be equipped with a certified independent parachute system, prop guards, etc. Why wouldn't it be possible to use a much safer drone variant equipment to fly closer to the people, buildings, etc.? Or what about the drones with RTK capability?
What is RTK? Real time? Okay. So in the specific category, we don't have any technical requirements that we mandate. We only have for the open category or for the standard scenario where we are very strict. For the specific category, after the risk assessment, you can levy on whatever technical requirements you think it will be useful to support, to mitigate your operation. So yeah, for sure that then if you have a drone with already some very nice features and you can use it, you can demonstrate that your drone is these features are working on your drone with the competent authority, and this will help you to reduce maybe the pilot competency, maybe to reduce the number of operational limitation to put on the operation. On the other side, if you have a drone it is very basic, then this means that you need to have additional operational requirements or additional pilot skill. So for sure, the powerful of the specific category is that a priori we don't specify any requirement. So we try to help you with standard scenario predefined risk assessment, give you some possible way in such that if you don't want to carry out the full risk assessment, you want to follow the recipe. But otherwise, if you think that this recipe is not fitting your need and you have a different mindset, feel free. So you are able to propose any kind of alternative requirements and the levy on all kind of feature. They are not only on the drones that are here in the Inspire, so something that is on the market, but you can also build your own drone that is having some special functions that is really adapted to your need. And you can propose to the competent authority that with these drones you can reduce the number of operational limitations that you put on the operation.
Thank you. When regulator is led only by fear, masked behind the word safety, it can only provide such a complex regulation. A lot of references, cross-references, and abbreviations for the community whose background is not aviation industry. Okay, this is a reflection to our previous comment, so obviously I'm not alone. I'm happy for that. So
yeah, but I want to just add something here. We know that one of the most important things is also the public perception. So we need to make sure that the society will accept operation on drones. And I can tell you that during these 3 years that we were developing the regulation, we had discussion with different member states, and in some cases there are different pressure in the member state where there are some where the public perception of drones is very negative, other one instead the public perception is very positive. So we need to define a regulation that give the perception that the operations are safe and actually makes the operation safe. Also because we all know that the first time there will be a catastrophic event with a drone and some people will die, all industry will put into question. So for us it was very important to make sure that we develop something that we can justify, something that we can tell, not only for you to you. You are using drones. You know that. Also, I have also a drone. I know that flying a drone for me is one of the most safest thing because I know how to do it. They are very more reliable. But when you talk to people that never saw a drone and just see a drone flying over their head, they see as a threat. So we need to make sure that from a safety, but also from a privacy point of view, they feel protected. So we try to make something that is meaningful for them, but also we want to make sure that we are not put all the burden on the operator that then needs to have very expensive operation. So this is why we try to make it as flexible as we can.
Okay, and another question about two-way radio communication on airports. Imamo nekoga iz kontrole leta ovdje možda ko bi mogao odgovoriti na ovo pitanje. Evo, želite molim vas podijeliti s nama kako dakle piloti bespilotnih zrakoplova mogu komunicirati sa tornjem i uklopiti se u aerodromske aktivnosti. Da, dobro, ovo nije to. Ok, samo bih vas htio upozoriti da ovo što pričamo izvan mikrofona da se ne čuje online, pa možda ako želi neko nešto reći slobodno, evo donest ću ja mikrofon, ali evo ima i kolega mikrofon. Evo samo sekundu, da će kolega, budite vi to da ja ne pogrešim. Čekaj samo malo, da se porihtaju. Evo, izvolite.
Well, to explain how we did the let's say aerial works by UAS operators at controlled aerodromes, they had to file a request via AMC portal in Croatia, and we as ANSP gave them authorization after operator gets consent from the aerodrome operator, sends it to ANSP, then ANSP gives additional to aerodrome operators' requests, our requests, and they were basically to conduct operations when there are no other manned aircraft operations at the airport, to be followed by airport personnel, and that airport personnel would have to communicate with tower. That was basically our request. And also sometimes telephone communication if this radio communication could not be applied.
Ok, hvala lijepo. Idemo dalje. Although being complicated, most of us will follow the regulations, and still we will have third country tourists flying their unmarked drones in no-fly areas.
So this will require a lot of activity and safety promotions, and we already started. Actually, NA already are doing safety promotions since years, but we are starting in EASA to coordinate the safety promotion activity to make sure that everybody are aware of what are the regulations in the area where you are flying. So, like today, if you are flying to US, you know that there are some regulations you need to follow. What we will do is we will have some kind of information at the airports, and we will make sure that as much as possible everybody will be aware that also people from third country, when coming here, they need to comply with the regulation. This will be something that we need to do anyway, because you know that when you are going to somewhere else, you need to be aware of what are the regulations that are applicable, not only for drones, for also other area. So now, I'm sorry that you perceive this regulation too complicated. We are trying to make it as simple as they are, so we are trying to present to all operators to show that at the end, if you're concentrating only on one object, if you know what is your operation, so you know in which kind of category you will fit, then you don't need to have a complete overview of the open specific, what you do in one case, in another case. You just need to know the requirements that are related to the category of the operation in which you are flying.
Dobro, ovdje vidim nekoliko pitanja koje se tiču u principu jedne te iste tematike, a to je provedba ovih propisa. Dakle, prvo smo imali ove turiste iz trećih zemalja, pa onda vidim da je sljedeće pitanje cross-border operations, gdje operator radi neke letačke operacije u zemlji koja mu to nije odobrila i tako dalje. Sve su to stvari koje se prepuštaju enforcement alatima svake od zemlje. Sad kako koja to uspijeva pohvatati i procesuirati, to je različito od zemlje do zemlje. Tako da nemamo tu nekakvih odgovora tipa crno-bijelo, jednostavno svako nadležno tijelo u svojoj zemlji pokušava provoditi propis, neke to rade više uspješno, neke manje uspješno. Ono što svi trebamo znati, a to je da propisi se rade, su namijenjeni onim ljudima koji ih žele poštovati, a uvijek će biti ljudi koji ih ne žele poštovati. I na cesti se vozimo danas automobilima svojim, pa nisam siguran da se baš svi vozimo po ograničenjima brzine koje su na znakovima. To je tako, jednostavno u ljudskoj prirodi uvijek ima ljudi koji će kršiti propise iz ovih ili onih razloga. Ok, da vidimo, radit ćemo do 15, dakle još 5 minuta. Krivi prijevod dokumenta na hrvatski, molimo dajte nam dokument na engleskom, dobro, i to možemo, inače sve uredbe. Aha, ok, da, ona je bila veliko pitanje za hollywoodske produkcije, dobro, tu smo. Professional team have specific jobs. Question is, drone is 25 kilos, big production example Hollywood set, we need to fly in city. Set is closed, number or statists and actors on set can be 50 plus. Everybody is aware and was briefed with drone safety and rules. How and what category does this apply to? Flying close or over people? Flying close to buildings? What changes if the drone is 35 kilos due to larger camera setup?
So, in this case, we need to understand if the people that are there can be considered involved or uninvolved people. So the first question, first of all, are they aware of what are the procedures? Maybe yes, because then you can tell them. Can they follow the procedures? So this means that in order to follow the procedures, I need to see where the aircraft is flying and make sure that if I see that there is some misbehavior, I can move it. I don't know if this is compatible with their work, because it's a set, so I guess that they need to concentrate on what they are doing, so they cannot check that the aircraft is flying over their head. So in this case, I don't think that they will be able to follow the procedure. So it will be up to you to demonstrate, make sure that you can demonstrate that people, so not only are aware of the procedures and give you the consent, but are also able to follow the procedure. So they are not doing something else for which their activity is incompatible with following the procedure. So once you identify if these people are involved or not involved, then you can see if they are in the open and specific. So if they are involved people, so you think that they can still follow the procedures, you can do this operation. You need to fly in city, so if the city is empty, because if it's just a set where there are only actor and no one else, okay, but no, if you demonstrate that it's an area where there is no one, then you can be in the open category. But otherwise, then this will be a little bit more difficult if it's in a city environment. I think that most probably this operation will fall into the specific category. So because these people will be considered as uninvolved people, and also if the drone is more than 35 kilos, for sure will be in the specific category. There is no way that you can escape. So this means that you need to carry out a risk assessment, or maybe it's covered by a standard scenario. For example, the 25 kilos, even if it's to fly in the city, if you demonstrate that these people are involved people, for sure will be able to fall in the standard scenario number 1, because it's up to 25 kilos. So being in the city or not, either is open, or standard scenario number 1 at the end is just declaration. It's not a big burden for you, so you can do the same. The problem is that you need to demonstrate that they are able to cope with the procedures to make sure that they can run away in case there is a misbehavior of the aircraft.
Dobro, možete još malo scrollat dole da vidimo, ovo smo odgovorili. Još jedno ćemo sad, zadnje. How many professionals have been involved in creating those? Okay, how many professional drone pilots have been involved in creating these rules?
Yeah, so we had a very complex project, because in 2015 we published a first document, was an advanced notice of proposed amendment, in which we just described the concept, and we asked everybody to provide comments. So everybody was able to, so private citizens was able to provide comments. Then in 2016, we published what we call the prototype regulation, to put on paper or something that in the previous document was just a concept, to give an information to what we had in mind. And also in this case, everybody was able to provide comments, and we received a lot of comments from everybody. Then we started a group made of several European level US operator association. So these are like UVSI, International UVSI, like Drone Alliance Europe, and other operator. So these are very large associations that have as members operators from all over Europe. We included also manufacturers, we included the member state, and we also included people coming from the aviation, the manned aviation, including also ANSP, so to make sure that we could see the regulation from all perspectives. We were around 20-25 people working on it. We had several meetings in EASA, and at the end we published in 2017 an MPA, Notice of Proposed Amendment, in which we described in quite good detail the regulation. We including as an appendix the proposal, the actual proposal of the regulation, and also there was an impact assessment identifying what is the impact on the regulation from an economic point of view, societal point of view, environmental point of view, and proportionality point of view. Also, this document was open to public, so everybody could provide their comments. We received 3,600 comments. So we reviewed it, and we made changes based on their comments. So we reviewed one by one all the comments. And also using, again, this group that I mentioned before, we identify how to address the comments and how to modify the regulation. So only after then we we address all the comments, we publish the proposal to the European Commission in the form of the opinion, in the form of the draft text proposed to be discussed within the member state. So this means that there was quite a large involvement directly, and in addition we did a workshop in Cologne before the publication of the opinion, where around 300 people, and was open to all kind of organization in Europe. So also in that case, we were able to receive their feedback. So really, we try to listen as much as possible to what is the need of all involved stakeholders, and also including the model association, actually.
Okay, thank you. Dobro, po običaju starom probijamo vrijeme. Evo, ja ovak predlažem sad. Predviđena je pauza za ručak od sat vremena, međutim, koliko vidim, tu nas maze s nekakvim cateringom, pa ako se vi slažete, obzirom da je subota i tako dalje, da ako ne morate baš nikuda izlaziti na ručak, da skratimo pauzu za ručak na jedno pola sata, zadovoljimo se s ovim grickalicama vani i vratimo se što prije ovamo. Prezentacija ima još 10-ak slajdova i to bi bilo vjerojatno vrlo brzo gotovo i onda se još posvetimo pitanjima, onome će mislim da je u stvari nam je sad najinteresantnije, pa dokle izdržimo. Da li vam to odgovara? A eto onda tako. Ajde onda pauza za ručak do 10 do 2. Molim vas da zauzmemo svoja mjesta. Ispada da smo najnediscipliniraniji mi iz agencije. Dobro, samo najjači su ostali. Idemo nastaviti, dakle, ovakav je plan kako smo se dogovorili prije ručka. Ima još jedno, čini mi se, 10-11 slajdova, to ćemo obraditi i onda ćemo se baciti na pitanja, pa tamo negdje do 3, kako smo i planirali, ajde, do 3:30 bi polako prevršavali. Evo, možemo.
So my presentation now will be completed with the last two elements, that is the use space and the certified category. So what I'm talking now is something that we are developing still in IASA. So I just will give you a very top level information on what are the principles behind. But we still not firm, still not clearly defined how the final shape will be. So I will not give you detail at this moment, also because especially for the use space we are quite changing almost daily. And also in the certificate category we are in advanced stage now. So first of all, the use space. What is the use space? So we will expect that in the future, especially in the urban environment, there will be a large number of traffic of drones. Something will do professional activities, some other will do some leisure activities, and especially there will be drones flying beyond visual line of sight, for which there will be no one that is able to verify that the drone is flying in an area where there is no other obstacles. And we are working, for the urban air mobility, where there will be package delivery, and in the future also aerotaxi, where they are using drones. So since there will be a large number of this kind of aircrafts, and they will be also at a lower level that are compatible with the level of the building, this will be difficult to be managed by the current air traffic management system, where there are people behind that are looking at the situation. So we think that we should develop something completely different, something that will be fully automated. And this is what is the use space. So this is a term that was invented by the European Commissioner of Transport 2 years ago, to define the space where the UIS, or where at the lower level, where there will be a high concentration of operation. And is the equivalent of what in FAA, the US, is called UTM. So UTM is the American version, U-Space is the European version, but we are addressing the same. So this will be a airspace structure, or a volume of the airspace, that will be designated by the member states. So we don't expect that all Europe will be covered by U-Space, because maybe if you are flying in the countryside where there are very lower number of drones, you don't need to have all this infrastructure to be put in place. Most probably in all urban environment there is a need, because we will have a large number of drones. But so will be some area where there will be provided some basic services. The basic service will be the identification. I told you before the direct identification, where there is a direct connection between my mobile phone and the drone. So the drone is transmitting in Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, whatever, and then my mobile phone that is in the range, in the radio range of the drone, will detect this number. Here instead, we need to have something that is a little bit broader. So the identification will be based on a network. So the drone will be connected to a network. Maybe the network will be the 5G or some kind of different network. then this information will be provided to the network and will be shared to all other users and also to the provider that is managing the service on the use space. Another important service will be the geo-awareness, and most probably in the next future, the geofencing. So whenever there is a change in the zones, because maybe there is an accident and the police want to protect an area, so they can establish only for 3 hours a no-flight zone over an area. So this information will be immediately spread through the use space to all the users. And this means that the aircraft will be instructed if this no-flight zone is in the path that it was supposed to fly, to go somewhere else, to change its path and avoid this area. Then all the information on traffic information to make sure that everybody knows where other drones are flying and we can avoid conflict. And flight authorization. There will be, before flying, it will be required that the operator file a sort of flight plan, and then he's been authorized to do the operation. And all of this one should be in something automatic, something that should be almost real time. So all these elements will be provided in such a way that we will have an harmonization all over Europe. We may have different providers, not only different countries, also in the same countries. You may have 2 providers in this country. Like today, I can connect my telephone to provider number 1, provider number 2, but you need to make sure that the minimum set of services are the same. So I can start my operation where an area covered only by operator number 1, and then I can finish my operation in an area where only operator number 2 is available. So I need to make sure that I have a contract, a connection with both operators, and then during flight, I will always be covered by all the services of the use space. And we want to make sure that as much as possible, these services will be provided by the markets as a competition. So you need to have multiple operators, and then whatever fits better your need, you can use. The development of use space will be in different phases. So these essential services here are for the first phases. Then little by little we will have additional services like the weather information, the separation between aircraft. Then maybe also in the future can be done by the use space. So when it will be deployed at the end, this will enable also to have full autonomous operation to go from point A to point B, and where then we'll have no pilot on board not, but also no pilot on the ground controlling the aircraft, and the operator will just identify where it needs to start, where it needs to finish, and the aircraft by themselves, using the artificial intelligence plus the information that is provided by the use space, will be able to arrive safely from A to B, and the operator will just monitor it maybe, and maybe be able only to interrupt the operation when there is a need for whatever reason. So this is what we expect in the future to arrive. The opinion, so the opinion means the proposal from EASA to the European Commission, will be published in the next weeks. We already have a good draft that was presented to the Commission and also to the states last year. We had several comments, so we are now addressing all the comments to make sure that we addend the minimum requirements are acceptable all over Europe. We expect that then the discussion will be in the EASA committee starting from June, and then by the end of this year, or not later than the beginning of next year, this regulation may be in place, and we can start to have this kind of services. So this means that then, in order to fly in this area, you need to have a drone that is compatible with the use space, that is able to connect to the network and receive this information. This will be at the end the changes, the difference. And as a matter of fact, in the opinion on the standard scenario that I showed you before, the one that is introducing the standard scenario that will be in place 18 months after the adoption, we already put some new requirements on drones, also in the open category, to have this feature that can connect to the network and share this information to the network. So this way, drone compliance with this regulation may already be available in a short time. So there's not much at this moment I can tell to you, also because still this is evolving, and so for sure during the ASA committee, so with discussion with the member state, there may be some changes also maybe in the kind of services that we need to develop. So we can provide you more real concrete information only at the end of this year. But so the important is that you understand that this system will come and will be more or less compatible with the same system with the UTM that is under development from the FAA. Now, the certified category. What is the certified category? So first definition. We define an operation in the certified category when the risk is so high such that the only way to fly the aircraft need to have the certification of the drone, so the type certificate according to Part 21 with the simplification that we are going to build, the certification of the operator, and then the licensing of the remote pilot. For the licensing, maybe little by little the autonomy will reduce these requirements, and in the future we may have no remote pilot at all. So when it's classified, I told you before that we have the risk assessment, you do risk assessment, and then you know if you are in the specific or certified. But there are some cases in which we already know today that the operation can never fit in the specific category. The risk is so high that you always need to have the three elements. So first, when you fly with a large drone, large, more or less, 3 meters or more, over an assembly of people, so over a stadium, then there is no way, you always need to be certified, because then the risk you are posing to people is very high, then you may really put in danger a large number of people. When you transport people, so yeah, we already think that in the future we will have drones with passengers, so in that case you always need to be certified. And when you transport dangerous goods, but not always, if I'm able to show that in case of crash of the drone, I protected dangerous good such that the container will not break and the dangerous good will not spread out, I can do the operation in the specific category. But then I have very strict requirements I need to show to the competent authority that the container is very safe. If instead I'm not able to show this one, so that means I need to protect the flight. And so the full flight will be in the certified category. So only when the container is not proved that can contain the dangerous good in case of crash. So in these three cases, you are always in the certified category. Then, in addition, whenever you carry out risk assessment, you see that the risk is so high that you cannot do in the specific category. So the certified category means that we will use an approach now that is very similar to the manned aircraft. So we are now going to propose an amendment to all the regulation of manned aircraft. I will show you next slide which I'm talking about, in order to fit some operations. Now, also here we have a very large number of operations that may be done with the certified category. So at this moment, we decide to focus only on 3 of them. So we will develop the first MPA, notice of proposed amendment is the first proposal that will be open for consultation to everybody. So you can comment, provide your input. That will cover this kind of operation. First of all, operation type 1, instrumental flight rule operations. of certified drones, cargo only, flying in airspace class Alpha to Charlie, and taking off and landing at aerodromes under EASA scope. So, what I'm talking about? Talking about a cargo drone, maybe with an A320 that is today, that will fly internationally from Europe to the United States, where there is some ICAO requirements to be followed. So at this moment, we don't think that we are ready to have an A320 with 300 passengers on board. So let's start with cargo only, because to simplify a little bit. When talking airspace class Alpha to Charlie means only controlled airspace. So airspace where there is an air traffic management system with a person behind that is able to make sure that there is a clear separation between aircraft. Because until we don't have a detect and avoid system, we cannot rely on the fact that the drone will be able to separate autonomously by other aircraft. So in these classes, we mandate some transponders like ADSB. So the ATM knows exactly where all traffic is. So also the drone will be equipped with this kind of transponders. And so the separation will be ensured by the current air traffic management system. And then the aerodromes, there are some aerodromes depending on the sites, on the number of passengers and under EASA responsibility, according to the regulation that I told you before that give the split between Europe and the member state, and other they are not. So this moment we cannot regulate those that are not under EASA competency, but we can provide some inputs also for the other one. So at this moment, operation number one is those operations that will follow the ICAO approach that so will fly with a cargo, large cargo from country A to country B that is outside of Europe. But then we know that the most urgent operation we need to regulate are the urban air mobility. We already have some application in EASA from some companies that are proposing drones that will provide a sort of aero taxi. So this is something that will become sooner a reality. So we need to try to give them how to operate. So operation number two is a drone operation in congested area, so in the urban environment, or also outside, yeah. If they are able to do in the urban, we can also do outside. At this moment, only using predefined route. So tomorrow I can call, so today, you know, I can call Uber, I want to go from here to my house. Yeah, today I can do, but I think that in the next future, we can also have the Uber drone that can do this one. But in the first phase, let's start something simple. So I cannot go from here to my house. Maybe I can go to the near vertiport that is here, to the near vertiport that is close to my house. So there will be only predefined routes where already before starting has been assessed what is the risk to going from A to B. Where use-based services are provided, yeah, because we expect that this will be lower level flight in urban environment, so they will be separated by the use space. And this will include the drones that will be with high level of automation, so a sort of electric vertical takeoff and landing drones. That is in reality what are the applications that we have today in EASA. So there are several European companies that here in Europe, but also in the United States as well, but also in China as well, other companies that are proposing this kind of drones. Now, so this was our initial plan. But then discussing also with these companies, we know that the first aerotaxi will not be unmanned. So the first project will be a taxi with a pilot on board, because we need to first to learn a little bit on what will be the technology that will enable to have flights without really a pilot on board. We need to make sure that the population accept that I fly without a pilot on board. And so, in reality, is that the first urban air mobility most probably will be with pilot on board. So we decided to include in this proposal also all the change needed to allow operation like number 2, but performed with aircraft where there is a pilot on board. And then, so operation number 3 actually will be the first phase, and operation number 2 will be the second phase of what will happen in the future. So these are the 3 kind of operations that we will consider when we are going to develop this MPA. So what kind of regulation are affected? So here there are all regulations that are under the aviation system. So you can see that we need to modify most all of them. Initial airworthiness, Part 21. Part 21 actually already includes some flexibility such that we can already certify today drones. But we want to have some additional level of proportionality, some additional simplification, because as I told you, we even would like to allow a manufacturer that is developing a drone that is classified in specific category, maybe also sale 1, to voluntarily decide to have a type certificate under Part 21. So we want to make it a little bit easier. So then all the requirements for the continuing airworthiness, how to maintain this kind of aircraft, how to maintain a remote pilot station, the requirements on the flight crew then will be very important, because now all the competency are based on the fact that the pilot is seated there and they have a different kind of a different kind of input that they're receiving from the aircraft because they are directly on them. Air operations, a lot of mitigation in the air operation is on the fact that the pilot is there and is always able to mitigate at the end the final risk, because he sees outside the cockpit what is happening. Now it's not the case anymore. Aerodrome, to allow vertiports and this vertical takeoff landing. All the requirements for air traffic management, also because now there is a pilot that can talk to the ATM. And then Ccaa, standardized European rules of the air, to make sure that we clarify what will be the requirements that the drones need to comply when they are flying in the airspace where there are some other manned aircraft. So this proposal will be a very large document, so we'll cover almost all the field. And we are planning to have the MPA for the end of this year, but I think that we will inform everybody that we need to have some more time, because more we develop it, more we study, and more we find that there are other areas to be more detailed. So maybe it will be more feasible mid of next year, mid of 2021, when the MPA will be available. At the end, this proposal, when it will be out, so let's say mid of next year, there will be around 3 months open for consultation. We will collect our comments from all the industries and also private citizens. We will assess all comments. We will make changes, and we are already doing this activity together again with a group made of member states, made of industry, made of operators. So they are helping us to develop this MPA. They are also helping us to assess the comments. And by mid of 2022, we expect that we may have the final proposal to the European Commission. After that, the European Commission will start the discussion with the member state, and not less than 1 additional year to have the regulation approved. So we can say that by mid of 2023, at the earliest, we may have all the regulation in place to allow this kind of operations. But as you can see, we are talking about some very complex operations that are exceeding the specific category. So also the industry, in the meantime, they are working to develop this kind of concept. So the first comments we had from industry that these data are still on time with what is their approach. And so this is the end of my presentation. So now we can have additional questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Natale. It has been very useful for us. Možemo li imati vidim da imamo dva pitanja, da odgovorimo na ova dva koja su u vezi ove zadnje teme. So will U-Space public transportation drones use hydrogen batteries instead of lithium polymer? I don't think it's a question for this workshop, but if you wish to answer.
No, just I will restate that we don't mandate any kind of technology. Also, only in the open category, we mandate that the aircraft needs to be electrically powered. So we don't allow nothing else than electrically powered in the open category. For the rest, it's whatever is shown that is safe enough. So you can propose whatever solution, and the NAA or EASA, according to the competence I showed you before, will assess. So we are open to everything.
Okay. Having heard all said today, I still have a question. I fly Phantom 3 and film for clients, both in rural and populated areas. I need insurance, correct? I have to register again, correct? I have to pass online test, correct? Anything else? I would say yes. DGU, AMC, and who knows what else, what kind of other permissions are required for this? Well, the question is very open, so it's really hard to say more in detail.
Yeah, so but no, Phantom 3 I guess is more than 100 grams. I don't remember kilopoints. So it's not in category A1. So most probably it's in category A2. So this, in addition to the online test, you need to have the face-to-face additional examination that is for the operation in A2. So again, just this one more than what is written here. Then depends where you are operating. If you are operating, even if in the rural environment, but there is a power plant there, and the state decide to protect the power plant, then there is a no-flight zone, then you cannot fly. So you need to, in addition to do your training, before starting the operation, you need to understand what are the geographical zones that are being imposed, what are the additional conditions that are being imposed by the competent authority. Other than this, there is no other requirements that you need to follow.
Except in Croatia. But you don't know about them. So anyway, when you say face-to-face exam, me and my colleagues, we are struggling to see, is such a thing written explicitly in the regulation that it has to be face-to-face, or?
Yeah, in order to clarify better, we are modifying with the standard scenario opinion. We propose a modification. Before it was written, the exam provided by the competent authority, we said provided at the competent authority or an entity recognized by the competent authority. But the approach since the beginning, also discussing with the group that developed the regulation, was that for A1 and A3, we can accept something online because it's a low risk. But A2, we are talking about something a little bit more risky. So we want to make sure that the person show there, because now I'm sure that everybody will behave in the best way. But I can do the online training with someone on my side that will help me answer to the question. And we know. But we are talking about a very low risk, and as long as he reads the training and is informed and understood what are the responsibility, because then if something goes wrong, you need to answer to the police. But we are talking about low risks that he will fall more or less in the countryside, so I don't care. But for the A2, then can be very dangerous. So we want to make sure that it's that person. So this is the kind of risk that we want to address.
I wonder how many inspectors we will need to have to test all these people, because there are many.
I don't think it's much different from what you have today with a driving license. Driving license, at least in Italy, I can do my training whenever I want. Then I can decide if I can take the exam at the authority, or there are some schools that providing the training or only the exam. I go there, do the exam, and then it's recognized. So it's the same approach.
Yeah, we don't have that system here.
I-
O- Okay, so how is the wingspan more of a danger than the mass of the aircraft? For example,
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so as a matter of fact, if you see the SORA, you will see that the risk level are based on the wingspan, on the size of the aircraft, and then in bracket there is a reference to the energy. So the reason is based on the area of impact of a drone. So in case you crash, according to the size of your aircraft, you will impact. You will cover an area that is so it's larger as larger is the drone. Plus there are some additional buffer. So this is the area where you can put danger people. So behind the risk level there is a model based on population density. So bigger is the area, so it means that bigger is the area where you can pose dangers to people. So this is why more than on the energy, the most important thing is how large is the area that you can cover. So this will drive the number of people that are allowed below. So you can see that in the risk level there are flights in a sparsely populated area, non-populated area, or in populated environment. And this is so the difference is larger is the drone, bigger is the area that you can cover, more number of people you can hit in that area.
yes. A ček, samo. Da čuju i naši gledatelji online.
Hello, just a quick clarification about this. If you had a drone that is, for example, wingspan of 5 meters and 1 kilogram of mass, and you would have another drone that would have a wingspan of 1 meter but weight of 5 kilograms, that's not the same energy being transmitted. Because you proposed on one place that you have like 80 joules, like a limitation, and in this way those are completely different drones. Because a larger wingspan doesn't mean higher energy output during crashes.
Yeah.
You could impact maybe a larger number of people, but if a 5 kilogram drone crashes, it will probably kill 2 or 3 people, whereas the larger wingspan drone will maybe injure many people but not kill them. It's not the same.
Yes, so actually you can, the regulations say that you can classify C1 drone, all drones that they have an energy transferred up to 80 joules. We don't say anything about the wingspan, we don't say anything about additional weight. So potentially if you build about very frangible system, it can also be at 5 kilo drones to be operated to be classified as C1. So it's up to the manufacturer to demonstrate that they have this kind of characteristics. But whenever you overseed the threshold of 80 joules, then the size of the aircraft, the weight of the aircraft is not any more meaningful, because you are killing a person in case of crash. So now, even if it's small 5 kilo drones or large 5 kilo drones, you are still killing a person in case of crash. If it's large 5 kilo drones, will cover maybe an area of 10 square meters when it crash, so we'll kill all people within 10 square meters. If it's very small, maybe we'll cover an area of about 5 square meters. So it's just now how many people are injured based on the size of the aircraft. So whenever we exceed the 80 joules, all the credits that we can give to the drone that we can consider that in case of crash will not hurt people will be then over. So the only thing that now we are concerned is on the sides.
Ok, thank you. Dobro, imamo još pola sata i to ćemo posvetiti odgovaranjima na pitanja. Ne, ne rekao da je kraj. Tako da izvući ćemo iz arhive pitanja koja su postavljena, preskočit ćemo ona koja smo odgovorili, pa idemo jedno po jedno, pa koliko stignemo. Ok, ova prva tri smo odgovorili, to možemo ići dalje. Jesmo. Isto, možemo još dalje. Ok. Where can I perform online training for C1 class UAS? To će biti pri Hrvatskoj agenciji za civilno zrakoplovstvo. Mi radimo na tom projektu i naš ciljani datum stavljanja tog online osposobljavanja i testa je 1.6. Tako da to će biti kod nas. Da si je give 30 flight control, to smo rekli, ok, idemo dalje. Isto. Može još. Isto. Može dalje. Još. Is registration and test going to be free? Pa na razini agencije još nije o tome razgovarano, tako da teško možemo u ovom trenutku reći bilo kakav odgovor na ovo. Svi znate da u ovome trenutku registracija je potpuno besplatna ukoliko se u sustavu identificirate putem sustava e-građani. Ukoliko ne želite koristiti sustav e-građani, onda vas registracija košta 20 kuna administrativne pristojbe i ne vidim razloga zašto bi u budućnosti bilo drugačije, ali nemojte me uzimati za riječ, jer može se promijeniti politika firme i tako dalje. A što se tiče testa, zaista vam ne mogu ništa reći. Za normalne pilote to se naplaćuje, da li će biti kakva tarifa uvedena i za udaljene pilote, u ovom trenutku ne znamo. Možemo dalje. Može još. Ok, Mavic 2 Zoom je težak 905, odnosno Pro verzija 907 grama. Da li će se tolerirati ta mala razlika? S obzirom da je granica 900 grama, odgovor je ne. What about the footage? Does it need to be revised? Je li to DGU? Dalje. Do the drone identifier stickers need to be visibly placed outside on the drone, or can they be placed under the battery? Good question, Natale. What do you say?
We have an AMC that talks about this. So normally, they need to be visible, placed outside, but we say that in case the size of the drone is very small, so then there is no way that you can put on it, then can be put in that case on the battery, but only if the size is too small. Otherwise, it always need to be outside in a visible place.
Ok. Izgleda da imamo problema sa tehnologijom, ali dobro, to će se riješiti. Imamo ovo pitanje. Pretpostavljam da je pitanje bilo 5-year refresher requirements will be set by NAA. Ovo 2 je vjerojatno drugo pitanje bilo, jel? Ne, to je zahtjev europske uredbe. To ne zahtijevamo mi kao nacionalno tijelo, nego je to zahtjev europske uredbe. What about AMC portal application? To smo rekli, to ostaje. What does self-practical test should include and why do you think it should be enough to verify that somebody actually knows how to fly and operate a drone? That's a very nice question and I would like Natale to answer that. What happens if aircraft navigation sensors fail and the aircraft still can be flown but the user pilot does not have sufficient experience to control it? Mirror flying in VLOS, loss control, and aircraft goes BVLOS. Needs to perform emergency landing with the help of observer, etc.
So the practical test, so just to remind, we are talking about the A2, in which we require a practical self-practical test, and while instead for A1 and A3 we don't require. Let's start. No practical test will ever require in the open category practical test. We just ask to have a self-practical training for the A2, and we don't ask for any specific self-practical training for A1 and A3. While instead in the standard scenario, we require a continuous training on the practical activity done by this operator that is recognized, that has been declared. So this means that we focus more on the theoretical training than on the practical. This is correct. Okay. So we focus more on the theoretical training than on the practical. We rely on the fact that at this moment most of drones, they have some technical feature that simplify the operation of the drone and reduce the required skills. And also with the CE marking, there will be now a process in which we can verify that this kind of that the drones will work properly. Now, still it can happen. I understand that, and it's correct. It can happen that the drone fails, and we will have a flyaway. But what we expect is that the probability is low, and is not at the end cost effective to mandate this kind of practical skill with for the pilot that at the end maybe will try this operation once, then after 2-3 years maybe he can have one of these events, and most probably he will already have forgotten. So what we try to levy is on the technical requirements, to develop standards and also verification methods such that we would like to reduce as much as possible failure on the drones. So today we don't have any kind of verification. I can build a drone, check that it's good or not. Nobody at the end is verifying, put on the market. Maybe it's a very crappy drone, and every 2 days it will fly away. We don't expect this is the same case tomorrow. The CE marking requires that there will be a third-party verification. So when I put on the market a drone, first I comply with all the requirements. Then I need to contact an entity that has been appointed by the market regulation authority in each country. This entity checks my design, do some tests, verify that the aircraft is really meeting the requirements, and also there is some requirements on the process that they need to develop the drone such that we can give them some kind of reliability. So this is why now, giving some additional technical requirements, we were able to reduce the competency of the pilot. So this was the balance, as I said before. So the CE marking allowed us to reduce the need of practical training, because we consider now that the drone may be much more reliable.
Okay, next question is about state activities, and in the basic regulation, which has been mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, there is a rule that state activities do not have to comply with these rules. So these state activities, however, all member states should strive as much as possible to have these activities also conducted in accordance with these rules. Now, the question is obviously here that how are these activities conducted in the light of dynamic airspace management and the dissemination of restrictions in airspace in real time? I believe that here in Croatia that works very nice. Thanks to Croatian air traffic control, who developed this beautiful application and portal in which all these questions have been taken care of. If you have to complement anything, please feel free. If not, I will switch to Croatian now. Mi imamo dosta upita naših službi koje smatramo državnim aktivnostima poput vatrogasaca, HGSS-a, pa Ministarstvo mora koje nadzire zagađenja na moru, promet na moru i tako dalje, Search and Rescue. I imamo ovdje kolegu Petrovića iz HGSS-a kojeg ja uvijek navodim kao primjer dobro organizirane državne aktivnosti. Pa možda, Danijel, ako želiš par riječi reći ono što bi mene interesiralo, a mislim da je možda ove druge koji ovdje namjeravaju se možda posvetiti tim državnim aktivnostima, je na koji način rješavate upravo ovo što je u pitanju navedeno, a to je Dynamic Airspace Management and Dissemination of Restrictions in Airspace in Real Time. Pretpostavljam da ste uspostavili nekakve postupke sa kontrolom leta.
Znači, hvala na ovom pitanju. Prije svega da vam odgovorim da ono kad smo i u prvom trenutku rekli, da ne samo za korisnike javnih službi, nego i za sve ostale postoji AMC portal, koji je zapravo vrhunski alat jer on dozvoljava da u realnom vremenu dižete svoje zone koje su zapravo vrlo dinamične, zato jer mogu biti na području na kojem se vi trenutno nalazite, a isto tako mogu se izmicati. Najbolja stvar u tome svemu je da svi sudionici imaju direktan uvid u to gdje se odvija. I bez razlike da li je neko u javnoj službi koje ste naveli ili je privatna osoba, svakako je obavezan to raditi. Dakle, nijedna javna služba nas ne može izuzimati od pravila ponašanja, regulative i zakona koji vladaju u zračnom prostoru. Imamo neke ovlasti koje su nama dobrodošle. To znači da možemo dizati strukture koje su recimo temporary segregated areas, znači zone u koje ne može niko ulaziti osim nas kad u njima radimo bez našeg znanja, ali to su samo neke od pogodnosti. Nikako ne smijemo dozvoliti da se u nekim dijelovima koje se i ovdje provlači, a to je bilo da se ova uredba neće primjenjivati na državne službe, da se pod pokrivljem toga te službe izuzimaju od primjene ostale regulative koja je potrebna. Dakle, to je svakako potrebno tu naglasiti. Mogućnosti postoje, daleko smo, mislim, ispred većeg dijela konkurencije, to jest ostatka Europe, baš po tom alatu i smatram da treba pohvaliti i dalje gurati.
Ok, hvala ti lijepo. For C1, C2, C3 proof of competence issued, for example, by ENAC, will be valid in all member states. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely yes. So all competency requirements, all certificate or authorization issued by one member state will be valid all over Europe. And especially for training, we are working with member states to also try to harmonize as fast as possible the online training that you can have in different states, and also to maybe be able to build a database of questions that then will be common between all member states. So this will make sure that one training done in one member state will exactly be the same on the other one. But in any case, if you do a training here, it will always be recognized in all other European countries.
Why is the police introduced as the authority regarding UAS flights? I don't think it's introduced, but it's one of the options that the state may elect.
Yeah, so it's up to the member state to define who will be. Now, I don't know how many people are in the Croatian Aviation Authority. If you are able to, 3 people. So 3 people to go around all parks and check if someone...
And be at every wedding and baptizing.
Yeah. So,
you know.
It's up to the member state, but we expect that maybe police or other authorities that are really on the field around the city, they will be able to see if someone is flying in an area where they're not supposed to do, and then can intervene. Not the oversight. So these 3 persons will do the oversight, yeah, to all operate.
Dobro, možemo dalje, malo gore, ili dole, kako ste već veli. Will the drones currently available at the market be CE certified? In example, Phantom 4, Inspire 2, as there are so many of them flying around now. Otherwise, we would need to buy new ones, correct?
Yeah, so the CE marking is provided only when a manufacturer demonstrates that the project comply with the technical requirements defined by the regulation. So there is no way to give a CE marking on something that is already put on the market. So this means that maybe tomorrow there will be Phantom 4 CE marked, so a new version that will have a CE marking, then depending what is strategy, C2, C3, whatever they want. But your drones that you have today without a CE marking cannot then be considered as a C2, C3. Do not consider also, you should consider that today all drones already have a CE marking because there are some other regulation that applies. For example, the radio directive regulation applies to everything that is emitting. So on my cell phone, drones are emitting, yes, so there is a CE marking. And there are other regulations, other directives for which they already have a CE marking to show compliance. What we are talking here is a new CE marking class, C0, C1, C2, C3, C4, that we show compliance with additional requirements. So today they already have this CE marking for other directive, not for the drones regulation, and only drones that since the beginning they are developed following the new regulation then can be with the CE marking. So you can still use your drones without CE marking. Now for these first 2 years, according to the limited open category, as I showed you before, or then in the future, in considering them as privately built. So if below 250 grams in A1, if above 250 grams below 25 kilos in A3, so in the countryside.
Okay, next one.
Or in the specific category. So they can always be operated in specific category.
Okay, the next one we answered. For flying with drones like Mavic 2, close to people, pilot needs to go through tests. Nisam ga naučio na pamet, a ga možete malo vratiti. Tu smo, okay. Okay, the question is actually where to learn from. It's a good question because there is no dedicated literature that we would say, okay, that's it. There are many kinds of publications that you may use for the learning. However, Croatian Civil Aviation Agency is developing online training for the pilots. So whatever you will find in the tests, you will be able to catch that information during our online training. So there's no need to search elsewhere. That's the answer to this question for online. Face to face. Za face to face ne znam šta ćemo. Ajmo dalje. How many professional drone pilots I have? Sorry? Odgovorio. Krivi prijevod, dobro. In case of war. Ništa, ajmo dalje. Nema rata. How is the compliance with the rules and schedule declared training? We talked about that. What will be procedure when selling a drone? Well, you take the money and run. zaista ne znam šta je točno operator mislio, vjerojatno treba će ažurirati svoju registraciju ili jednostavno javiti ja više nisam operator i mi ćemo ga izbrisati iz baze i to je to. Ne? Molim? Yes. What would be the procedure? Okay, so why do the DJI geozones don't overlap with actual ones?
Because there are no actual ones.
Exactly.
So at this moment, DJI was very proactive to already develop the geofencing, not even geo-awareness, the geofencing, defining zones based on their best guess on what should be protected. So in some cases they know from the member state and they introduce. In other cases they added other zones because they thought that was meaningful, but was just their initiative. What they will do now is as soon as all zones will be developed according to the European regulation, they will delete their zones, but they will reuse their infrastructure because they just now need to change the current zone that they have to the real one published by the member state, and then you can only fly in the area where the member state decided, not the DJI.
Ja bih se samo nadovezao, u Hrvatskoj će biti pokrenut projekt u kojem ćemo pitati sve jedinice lokalne i regionalne samouprave, jer svaka od njih ima zapravo pravo definirati zone gdje ne žele da neko leti. I to je poprilično kompleksan projekt koji će trajati izvjesno vrijeme, to Europa od nas zahtijeva, a što se tiče samog DJI-a, to mislim da dolazi do nesporazuma gdje nije da kineske vlasti njima govore šta da oni zabrane, nego oni kao proizvođač uzmu kritična područja kao što su stadioni nakon onog incidenta u Albaniji, odnosno na Kosovu i tako dalje, odnosno na osnovu toga oni kažu mi svugdje na nogometnim terenima nećemo dati da se leti. I sad ja shvaćam da to može predstavljati probleme za vas kao operatore, ali to morate shvatiti da to nijedna vlast nije njima nametnula, nego oni kao proizvođač to imaju pravo staviti. A na vama je pravo da vi ne kupite taj dron. Isto to je pravo tržišta. Dakle, oni sami to rade svjesno i ako vama to ne odgovara, vi imate drugih milion dronova na tržištu koji možda nemaju iste performanse, pa se sad morate naći balans. Ili ćete svaki put kad vam treba, ne znam koliko često. Naravno, uvijek postoji mogućnost da ih kontaktirate, oni vam to otključaju i to je to. I to je normalna cijena koju vi plaćate da biste letili DJI-ev dron. Samo eto, mislim da bi bilo dobro da shvatite da nije da mi njima govorimo zabranite zatvore, zabranite ovo, nego oni kao proizvođač sami to rade. Ono što ćemo mi kasnije definirati, odnosno EASA i mi kao Republika Hrvatska, su zone koje će oni morati implementirati iz karata, koje će biti definirane jasno, biti objavljene i onda ti dronovi tamo neće moći ići.
Ok, 3 sata. Možemo mikrofon gospodinu?
So I have another additional question about Ccaa declaration. Since you are talking about the new drones will have new standards for Ccaa declaration, my question is how are you going to determine or set the low failure rate? Because the manufacturer have to prove via technical standards, which are you going to prescribe, that he is having a low failure rate on his products. How are you going to set this rate?
So we don't have any specific requirements to demonstrate that it's a low failure rate yet, because at this moment we don't want to have a full certification like we have for the certificate category, otherwise it will be too expensive. What we define is some standards. So we have a group standardization body that is called ASD-STAN that at this moment is working with several manufacturers, and they are developing what are the standards that needs to be used by the manufacturer to show compliance with the regulation to give a CE marking. And so for each of the requirements, they will identify what are the minimum elements that they need to demonstrate, and also what kind of testing they need to show to the third party that will verify that these drones is compliant with this regulation. So they will identify conditions, in some cases also some conditions that are at limits of the environmental flight or the condition where the flights can fly, such that they will show that the drone is behaving as was supposed to do in a number of time with those conditions. So we don't mandate the full set of a process that we have for manned aviation. At the end, will give you a very good understanding that the drone, the aircraft, is meeting the minimum reliability requirements. But we are sure that with this standard, we are improving the development process and the testing process such that we will reduce the number of misbehaving. But I don't think that for drones that we want to keep as cheap as they are, we can at the moment ask much more. And then we will see also that as soon as the technology will develop, the reliability of the drone will be always better. But we cannot at the end impose some specific requirements related to the reliability.
Ok, thank you very much. 3 sata su. Sad je došlo vrijeme za popunjavanje ankete zadovoljstva. Dakle, vrata su zaključena, nema niko van dok nije popunio anketu. I nije teško, na svako pitanje možete odabrati ocjene 9 ili 10. Eventualno, ako ste strašno razočarani, onda 8. I to je to. I idete doma. To bi bilo to. Ja vam svima zahvaljujem na prisustvovanju. Prvenstveno na hrabrosti što ste se danas pojavili ovdje, jer evo moram sa žaljenjem reći da nas se pojavilo 30% od prijavljenih ljudi. Imali smo u početku 230 prijavljenih ljudi, nekakvih 40 je bilo dovoljno pristojno da nam javi da neće doći, tako da smo računali na nekih 190. Međutim, pojavilo nas se evo 60. Očito samo najhrabriji, na tome vam puno hvala. Naravno, ne zamjeramo ni onima koji su ostali kod kuće, imaju svoje razloge. Glavno da su nas pratili na streamu. Nadam se da je bilo korisno njima, barem toliko koliko i nama. Eto, hvala vam lijepo, pa do sljedeće prilike.